Today's video is sponsored by Raycon, my go-to pair of earbuds for the past 3 years now. With 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of battery life, Raycon earbuds are extremely reliable and convenient. They're super comfortable, what with their optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and I regularly fall asleep wearing them while listening to something spooky. For more physically demanding activities, you don't need to worry about them falling out. Raycon earbuds stay in place, no matter what. Different situations call for different audio options. With Raycon earbuds, you can seamlessly switch between 3 customizable sound profiles. Pure sound, which I use whenever I'm losing myself in a podcast or audiobook. Balance sound for warmth and depth whenever I'm vibing to some lighter tunes. And bass sound, which really brings my old school hip hop playlist to life. With the press of a button, you can also alternate between noise isolation mode and awareness mode. The former for when you want to block out the world, and the latter for when you want to hear what's going on around you. Right now, viewers of my channel can get a huge discount on Raycon products. Click the link in the description box, or go to buyraycon.com/masquerade, and you'll get a whopping 15% off your Raycon purchase. Yokkaichi is a small city located in Mie Prefecture, just a stone's throw away from Nagoya. On February 17th, 2004, one of its residents, an unnamed 68-year-old man, whom we'll call Oji-san, was shopping in the city's JUSCO. JUSCO, or as they're now known, Aeon, are a chain of department stores popular throughout Japan. Places where you can buy anything from fruit and veg, to mattresses, to 15 minutes in a massage chair. They're large, accessible, and almost always very busy. For their shoppers' convenience, all of their department stores have an ATM corner. Oji-san had just spent the last of his money on groceries, and, with both of his hands clutching heavy shopping bags, he slowly approached the cash machines. Preoccupied with his shopping, he failed to notice the woman lingering around the ATMs. She blended in with the rest of the shoppers, with her hood up and an infant strapped to her chest. She'd been standing there for the past 5 minutes, but in all that time hadn't taken out any money. Oji-san withdrew his yen and began heading towards the store's main exit. But just as he was about to leave, the woman quickly approached him and intentionally bumped into his shoulder. Feigning surprise, as if the whole thing had been an accident, she gently began running her hands over his pockets. Oji-san quickly realized that she was trying to steal the money he had just withdrawn. He may have been 68, but his hands moved quickly, and he grabbed his wallet at the exact same time she did. They grappled for a moment, the woman desperately trying to pry the wallet from Oji-san's grasp. Realizing she wouldn't be able to overpower him, she instead grabbed onto his arm and collar, and began screaming, "Dorobo!" meaning thief. Without hesitation, 3 nearby shoppers ran over. They saw how distressed the woman appeared, and the infant she had with her, and immediately assumed that the old man must be attacking her. They pinned Oji-san to the ground, restrained him, and tried to pry the wallet from his grip to give to the woman. But Oji-san refused to be robbed, and he held onto his wallet with such vigor that several of the bank cards inside it snapped. He pleaded with the shoppers holding him down, telling them that he was innocent, that she was the one trying to rob him. But the shoppers wouldn't listen. Instead, they called the authorities. 2 young, inexperienced officers just so happened to be nearby and were the first ones to respond. Seeing just how frantic Oji-san was, they immediately put him in handcuffs and forced him to stay on the floor. They handled the situation so aggressively that they even broke a lens in his glasses. For the next 20 minutes, Oji-san was held down, with one of the officers kneeling on top of him. The 68-year-old began groaning, throwing up, and even lost consciousness. The stress and brutality of the situation had spiked his blood pressure. Still, the officers refused to take off his handcuffs or call for medical assistance. Eventually, more experienced officers arrived and saw just how poorly these rookies were handling things. They asked where the supposed victim was, the woman, but the rookies had no clue. By that point, she was already long gone, having slipped away into the crowd without anyone noticing. Realizing Oji-san was in a bad way, these new officers took off his handcuffs and called for an ambulance. But the damage had already been done. Oji-san had gone into cardiac arrest. He died the following day. The police filed charges against him the day after he passed, despite there being no evidence he had committed a crime, and without even knowing who or where the woman was. Thankfully, there were some diligent officers who didn't like the way the case was being handled and took it upon themselves to investigate. After examining JUSCO's CCTV footage, they quickly determined that Oji-san had been telling the truth. The unknown woman had indeed tried to steal his cards. He was completely innocent. And yet, he was dead, and this woman had escaped justice. The hunt for her began. But despite having touched Oji-san's wallet and bank cards, she hadn't actually left behind any fingerprints, so detectives were forced to track her down by other means. Due to strict privacy laws in Japan, the authorities have never released the CCTV footage of this incident to the public. The laws there surrounding privacy are so strict, in fact, that even stills from such footage are rarely ever distributed. In this case, however, they made an exception. Forensic artists took 2 still images of the woman captured on the surveillance cameras and enhanced them to give a clearer picture of what she looked like. In 2005, 1 year after the incident had taken place, they released them to the public. People immediately noted the strong, uncanny valley quality of this picture in particular, and soon internet users began referring to the woman as the JUSCO zombie. Her face appeared completely inhuman, dead, synthetic even, as if it were made from plastic. According to eyewitnesses at the scene, however, the woman definitely wasn't wearing a mask. They were able to give a clear, detailed description of her to the authorities. She was between 25 and 30 years old, and was dressed in dark clothing. She was short, at around 5'2", had shoulder-length brown hair, and, judging from her appearance and accent, was a Japanese native. They described her facial features as being very unusual. That much everyone agreed with. Much like the woman's face, the infant strapped to her was also real, and wasn't a realistic-looking doll, as some internet users suggested. Investigators theorized that the woman must have been local to the area, since she wasn't caught on any other cameras leaving the scene, and likely knew the best escape routes. Since these images were released 1 year after the incident had taken place, they didn't result in any new leads. To this day, nobody knows who this woman was, or whether she struck again. And since the statute of limitations has already passed in this case, nobody's actively looking for her. It wasn't until March 2011 that the authorities officially acknowledged Oji-san's innocence, meaning that for 7 long years, his reputation was left tarnished. In the end, Oji-san's family took the police to court. They denied being responsible for Oji-san's demise, and claimed to have handled the case professionally and competently. In May 2011, the police paid Oji-san's family an insulting $125 in compensation. Thankfully, the Nagoya High Court stepped in and ordered them to pay $350,000 instead. A definite improvement, though obviously no amount of money could bring their loved one back. Unfortunately, though these types of incidents are rare in Japan, they're far from unheard of. I've even seen something like this happen firsthand in Kobe. A woman was grappling with a man over a backpack, screaming that he was trying to steal it from her, and saying that he was hurting her. We kept a hand on the bag and called the police, and in the end, it turned out that the bag actually belonged to the man. The poor guy just kept stammering, "Why is this happening to me?" Luckily, he didn't suffer the consequences of her actions, unlike poor old Oji-san. There's something particularly chilling about unexpected and unexplained TV broadcasts, especially those from the pre-internet era. A time before 24/7 broadcasting, and a period many of us associate with our childhoods, with Saturday morning cartoons and carefree weekends in front of the tube. For a Selena Delgado or a Max Headroom to suddenly intrude that space and appear in our very living rooms, that would feel like a personal attack on the most fragile part of our psyche. The fact that both Selena and Max are being discussed today, decades after they aired, just goes to show how much a mysterious broadcast can stay lodged in our minds, even if we weren't there to witness them ourselves. Just like the Selena Delgado mystery, today's first entry revolves around a missing persons alert. And just like the Max Headroom interruption, it comes from the unofficial home of creepy and enigmatic broadcasting: Chicago. January 14th, 1989 was business as usual at Chicago's WMAQ, a local TV station owned by NBC. In the early hours, the channel ended their scheduled programming the same way they always did, by airing a selection of public service announcements, a sermon, and finally, the national anthem, played over the same old pre-recorded footage as always. As the camera zoomed in on the American flag, the few viewers still tuned in no doubt expected the station to cut to their usual sign-off screen. But that didn't happen. Instead, this did. With no pre-warning and no context, the station hard cut to a missing persons alert for a Joanna Lopez. This slide remained on screen for several hours until the morning. Most of the station's viewers were caught off guard for obvious reasons. The photo of the missing girl was extremely grainy, as if it were a photocopy of an actual poster. It's hard to make out any facial details at all, and those large glasses give her a deeply uncanny, almost alien-like appearance. There was no voiceover to explain who this Joanna Lopez was, where she had last been seen, or what may have happened to her. In fact, there was no sound whatsoever. For the people who happened to be tuned in, the only thing they would have heard was either ominous silence or the static buzz of their television sets. And just as there was a lack of sound, there was also a disturbing lack of information. Just a very low-quality photo of the girl who had disappeared, her name, and an unlabeled phone number to contact who exactly? Her parents? The local sheriff's department? To give you an idea of what a typical missing persons alert looked like, here's one from another NBC-affiliated channel around the same time period.
Missing Kevin Ayotte, now age 6, last seen Sugar Bush, Minnesota, September 30th, 1982. Call 800-843-5678.
As you can see, there's plenty of information, along with a voiceover, a clear photo, and the name of the department you should contact. All things absent from the Joanna Lopez alert. It's easy to understand why so many people did, and to this day still do, find this image so disturbing. I mean, picture it. It's late at night and you can't sleep, so you start watching WMAQ. The broadcasting's coming to an end, and you're probably expecting to see another commercial or the sign-off screen. And then, this pops up out of the blue, with no sound and no explanation. But even more unnerving than the broadcast itself were the details of Joanna Lopez's actual case. By which I mean, there didn't seem to be any. For the past 33 years, people have dug through police files, newspaper records, and reports from other TV stations, and no one's found any mention of a Joanna Lopez disappearing in the Chicago area in the late 80s. To this day, there's still no information about her online, and as far as we can tell, this is the only known report of her vanishing that exists. Though, it's not the only time her face appeared on television. Whether intentionally or accidentally, Joanna Lopez made yet another appearance on WMAQ in 1991. That night, just after the national anthem came to an end and the station was about to sign off, the exact same missing person slide filled the screen, the only difference being that the image quality was slightly higher this time. But unlike the first broadcast in '89, the slide didn't remain on screen throughout the night. In fact, it only aired for 10 seconds before quickly cutting to the network's usual sign-off screen. Had this second broadcast been a mistake? One that was quickly caught by a technician? If so, how did the slide end up on that night's programming, 2 years after making its first and only other appearance? If it wasn't a mistake, why would they only screen the image for such a short time, and still give out no further context or details about who Joanna Lopez was? Aside from a few people who had recorded one or both of the broadcasts, Joanna Lopez quickly faded from people's minds. That is, until the 1989 sign-off was uploaded to YouTube by the Museum of Classic Chicago Television. After that, small internet communities picked up on the mystery, which in turn caught the eyes of some popular YouTubers. Now, with the case fully revived, new generations of internet investigators have come up with a number of chilling theories about who Joanna was, and about the nature of the broadcasts themselves. Here are the main ones. Theory 1. Joanna Lopez was a young girl who had been taken, and perhaps murdered. Potentially, she was this still unidentified Jane Doe, found murdered in a Chicago alleyway in 1994. The Doe does somewhat resemble the photo of Joanna, and appears to be of a similar age, though obviously it's hard to tell. Theory 2. This poster was made by the person who had taken Joanna, her trafficker. They had anonymously contacted the TV station and paid for this screen to be displayed at night, only providing a photo of Joanna and her name. There's no other information because they weren't appealing for any. They just wanted her family to contact them so they could begin negotiations. They didn't know who Joanna's parents were, but this was their way of telling them, "We have your daughter. Call this number if you ever want to see her alive again." Theory 3. Joanna Lopez was a so-called frequent flyer, a youth who made a habit of running away from home. That would explain the half-hearted nature of the appeal in 1989. She then ran off again in 1991, and the network aired the same poster without any updates. In both cases, she returned home soon after the broadcasts, hence why there aren't any police records about her disappearance. Theory 4. Joanna Lopez never existed in the first place, and WMAQ was either playing a trick or conducting a test. For a photo from the late 80s, the image quality was like something from the 60s. The name Joanna Lopez was also extremely generic, like the Spanish version of Jane Doe. The general lack of information given about her also made this seem like a fake appeal, and since there's no records of any Joanna Lopez going missing in Chicago, maybe this really was just a sick joke. With all these new theories now floating around on the internet, the r/Joanna Lopez subreddit was set up to help investigate the mystery. In the 5 months since the group was established, its members have made some huge discoveries. Here's what we now know, thanks to them. Firstly, they figured out who the phone number was for. It had been used by various police departments throughout the 80s and 90s, but at the time of the broadcast, the number belonged to Joe Mayo, commander of the youth division of the Chicago Police Department. That seemed to confirm that the broadcast was legitimate, that Joanna Lopez was a real missing person, and, importantly, that she was under the age of 18 when she went missing. One of the Reddit users aiding the hunt was Chris Polygon. Chris submitted a Freedom of Information Act request for the name Joanna Lopez to get his hands on any information that may exist about her in the police's database. The authorities got back to him and confirmed that nobody with that name had gone missing in Chicago between 1988 and 1990. That was bizarre, but it certainly doesn't mean that Joanna Lopez wasn't real. As one of the sub's moderators wrote regarding the FOIA request, quote, "Illinois is a body-present state. This means that you cannot be declared dead unless your body has been found. The law states that they won't release any records that contain information on a currently living person. There are 3 possibilities in this situation. 1. We're requesting the wrong years, or the name's been misspelt. 2. The police can't release records because someone involved is still alive, or the body hasn't been located. 3. Joanna was never reported missing to begin with. As this mod went on to state, it's also possible that all the records for Joanna Lopez's case were either lost or kept in paper format and not digitized. But here's where things get really interesting. The group were able to confirm with WMAQ themselves that this was a real broadcast, and that an anonymous source had requested for the slate to be aired instead of the usual sign-off screen. This source was an individual, and not an institution like a foster home, as some have suggested. WMAQ also confirmed that the photo used for the appeal was indeed a photocopy. That explained why the image quality was so poor. That graininess, combined with Joanna's large glasses and heavy makeup, are what give the image its creepy aesthetic. Some members of the group were able to clean up the photo and improve the overall quality of it. And, using advanced digital editing, user the Lava Hot Shit was able to create this detailed enhancement of Joanna's face, giving us a much more accurate glimpse of what she probably looked like. 2 weeks after that recreation by Lava Hot was posted, another user, Binding Bloodline, made a notable discovery in a West Chicago Community High yearbook. A former student there, named Rachel Lopez, bore a striking resemblance to the photo from the sign-off. On top of that, the timelines added up. This Rachel Lopez would have been a freshman in 1988, and the first Joanna Lopez broadcast was in 1989. Members of the group started theorizing that Rachel was Joanna's real name, or that perhaps, shortly after her vanishing, she decided to go by Joanna for whatever reason. Well, the resemblance was certainly there, but unfortunately, the high school's website also had other yearbooks from the years 89 to 91, which also featured this Rachel Lopez. She'd been present for all 4 years of high school. That means, unless she'd gone missing on 2 separate occasions and had been quickly found both times, then in all likelihood, this wasn't her. With that realization, people were starting to lose hope that the Joanna Lopez mystery would ever be solved. But then, just last month, another, much more promising discovery was announced by one of the group moderators. User Bubblegum Trad just contacted me on Discord. They just got off the phone with a Joanna Lopez from Chicago who ran away from home in 1989. They said it could be her, and they'll get back in touch soon. Is it an unfortunate coincidence, or is this our girl? Only time will tell. But 2 Joanna Lopez's going missing in 1989 in the same city would be ridiculous. We won't be disclosing how we got the number out of the safety and protection of the people involved, but I have verified the information with Bubblegum. They're being honest. Now we just need to see if Joanna will come through and call us back. If she does, we may be at the end of the investigation. If it isn't her, we've got the world's worst coincidence on our hands. Stay tuned. Bubblegum Trad would go on to explain how when he called this Joanna Lopez, she'd reacted very authentically. However, she did tell them that she had only run off for a few days back in '89, and that her parents probably wouldn't have contacted any news stations about it. Still, this was a genuinely exciting moment for those following the mystery. Could this be it? Could the Joanna Lopez from the broadcasts have been found? Unfortunately, we still don't know. Despite emailing her a photo of the missing poster, this Joanna Lopez still hasn't replied to Bubblegum to confirm that it was her. So, either this really was the Joanna from the broadcast, and she simply didn't want to discuss some bad memories from the past. Or, this really was just a huge coincidence, and this unconnected woman was just freaked out by the whole situation. But what do you think? Could this really be the Joanna Lopez we've been searching for? If not, then is the real Joanna still out there somewhere, alive and well? This is now a confirmed missing persons broadcast, so why are there no police records of Joanna's case? We don't have all the answers yet, but with each passing month, the Joanna Lopez subreddit seems to be getting closer and closer to resolving this mystery. I highly recommend you head over there and help join the hunt, or at least keep an eye on how things develop.
This concludes another day of outstanding television programming on WMAQ-TV, Channel 5, NBC in Chicago. WMAQ-TV constantly strives to maintain high programming standards in the public interest.
Albuquerque, New Mexico. On the night of June 3rd, 1991, between the hours of 9:30 p.m. and 11 p.m, a local trucker named Eduardo Collin checked into a Super 8 motel. Despite seemingly having arrived by himself, he asked the clerk for a 2-person room for one night and was given the keys to room 233. Eduardo paid in cash at the trucker's rate, and the clerk told him to check out by 11 a.m. the following morning. 2 days later, on June 5th, the hotel employees realized that Eduardo hadn't checked out the previous morning like he was supposed to. A security guard was sent to check up on him. The door to room 233 was locked from the inside, and there was a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging from the doorknob. The guard knocked, but there was no answer. So, with no spare key available, he used a screwdriver to gain access to the room. Aside from a few bottles on the table, nothing really seemed out of place. That is, until he entered the bathroom. Inside, hanging from the showerhead by a suitcase strap, was the lifeless body of an unidentified woman. Despite her face being badly decomposed, pathologists believe she died the exact same day Eduardo had checked into the motel, 2 days prior, on June 3rd. A toxicology report revealed that she had heroin in her system. She was a Caucasian, or possibly Hispanic woman, between the ages of 25 and 35. She stood around 5'7", weighed approximately 140 pounds, and had curly, strawberry blonde hair. With nothing to ID her with, they dubbed her the Albuquerque Jane Doe. Investigators examined the room, and one of the first things they found was this picture resting on the table. The photo is believed to be of the deceased woman herself, sat next to an unidentified man. The distorted angle, combined with the doe's expression, give the picture an eerie, almost uncanny quality that leaves a lot of people feeling unsettled. Given the photo's backstory, that's not surprising. It's believed the image was taken in a mall photo booth just a few short hours before the woman's death. The photo was shown to the clerk who was working on the night of the 3rd, and despite not seeing the woman enter the motel, she confirmed that the man in the picture was indeed Eduardo. As it would turn out, Eduardo had checked into the motel using legitimate information. The only thing he had lied about was his license plate number. After several years of detective work, Eduardo's family was tracked down. By the time the police found them, however, Eduardo had already passed from natural causes. Strangely, when his family were shown this photo, they said that the man pictured wasn't Eduardo, and that they had no idea who the guy was. They didn't have a clue who the doe was either. The fact that she had been found dead in his motel room years earlier was news to them. With their primary lead now gone up in smoke, investigators re-examined all the other pieces of evidence that they had found in the motel room. There was a woman's suede purse, with a wallet containing $500 in cash, a suitcase full of women's clothes, a bracelet, and, most interestingly, a digital weighing scale with the name George Martinez written on it. It's believed that this scale was used to measure illicit substances, and that George Martinez may have been the name of the man in this photo. If these photo booth prints really were taken just before the woman died, was this George Martinez with her when she passed? In an effort to discover this woman's true identity, the authorities released this digitally altered version of the photo booth picture. This version gives her a much more neutral expression, and, in a strange way, is even more unsettling to look at. Regardless, it had the desired effect. In March 2021, investigators received a reliable tip that the doe's real name may have been Becca, and that she may have been from Los Angeles County. It's believed that she flew from California to New Mexico shortly before her life came to an end. At this present moment in time, the police don't suspect foul play in Becca's case, instead believing that she took her own life. Right now all they want to do is give her back her full name and talk to the male companion that she was with in her final photograph. To this day, however, he still hasn't been located, and Becca's true identity remains unknown. Still, there are many who believe that given the circumstances, Becca was actually murdered. With so many former John and Jane Does being identified as of late, it seems likely that in the not-so-distant future, we'll actually discover who Becca really was. Still, it's strange to think that for more than 30 years, nobody's come forward to claim her, even with this photo available to the public. Surely someone out there knows that she's missing. If only the man who was with her in her final picture. Maria Glickina was a 19-year-old university student from Russia who had a passion for photography and art. She lived with her parents in Nizhny Novgorod, the 6th largest city in the country, and a relatively safe one compared to its big brothers Moscow and St. Petersburg. But that doesn't mean it's devoid of crime. On the night of November 8th, 2014, Maria had plans to meet with her friend, Irina Ivanenko. It's unclear where exactly Maria was before she set off to Irina's house on Timiriaseva Street. But at 10 p.m, the two had a phone conversation in which Maria said that she was on her way and that she was traveling by foot. Irina believed that Maria was walking with her boyfriend, Nikita, but in actuality, she was making the journey by herself. At 10:20 p.m, Maria called Irina again and told her that she was on Menina Street, about 3.2 kilometers from Irina's house, or about a 40-minute walk. 42 minutes later, at 11:02 p.m, Irina received a text from Maria saying that she was on Belinskogo Street and that she'd be at her house in about 10 to 15 minutes. Irina waited patiently, but after 20 minutes had passed, she gave Maria another call to see where she was. Strangely, Maria answered the phone, told Irina, "Sorry, I can't talk right now. I'll call you later," and then abruptly hung up the phone without elaborating further. According to Irina, it sounded as if Maria was out of breath. Worried, Irina called her back again to see what was wrong. Maria answered, simply said, "I'm not coming," and hung up. Again, Irina tried to call her back, but Maria had already switched off her phone. That was the last time anyone heard from Maria Glickina. She never made it back to her family home that night. After hanging up on Irina, nobody was able to contact her. She had fallen off the face of the earth, and, given the worrying nature of her final call, everyone feared the worst. On the morning of November 9th, 77 local volunteers scoured the streets for Maria, searching high and low for the missing student. Unfortunately, this search wouldn't have a happy conclusion. On the evening of November 10th, her body was discovered in the basement of an old, abandoned house. Her hands and feet had been bound together, and she was lying in the fetal position. The only clothes she was wearing were a scarf and a blouse. Her other garments had been taken. Initially, the police had been reluctant to help search for the missing girl, but now that her remains had been uncovered, they finally began to take action. After examining Maria's body, the coroner determined that she had been beaten, raped, and ultimately asphyxiated, though strangely, there were no marks around her neck. DNA samples were recovered at the scene, though they didn't match with anyone on the forensic database. To begin with, the investigators tried to claim that Maria had accidentally been hit by a car, and that the driver had simply dumped her body in the shack to avoid repercussions. Given that she was tied up and had been violated, nobody was buying that. After mounting public pressure, they began tracking Maria's movements on the night she disappeared using city surveillance footage. This turned up some very valuable and very eerie evidence. On November 8th, at 11:05 p.m, Maria was caught on CCTV at an intersection approximately 5 or 6 minutes from Belinskogo Street, heading in the opposite direction of Irina's house. But that's not the only thing that the camera picked up. Just 30 seconds later, it also captured these images of a bald-headed man following Maria. Maria's body was discovered just 300 meters from where this footage was recorded. As such, it's highly suspected that the man in this image is the one responsible for taking her life. Given the time frame, it seems likely that Maria had already been cornered by her killer when she spoke with Irina on the phone, and that she had probably been instructed not to cry for help and to just hang up. The fact that she was heading in a different direction, away from Irina's house, also suggests that she knew she was being followed. According to Maria's cell phone data, she was moving extremely quickly shortly after this final sighting, too fast for any human to move on foot. It's believed that she must have been captured, forced into a vehicle, and murdered in a different location, before being dumped in the abandoned house close to where she was last seen. In the early hours of November 9th, surveillance cameras near the abandoned house captured this footage of a man who looks remarkably similar to the one following Maria. These images may show the man leaving the scene after having dumped Maria's body in the shack. As some netizens have noted, the man bears a striking resemblance to Vitaly Koziachkin, a murderer who was apprehended in 2018 after stabbing an 11-year-old girl in the heart and, miraculously, failing to kill her. Koziachkin had been living in Nizhny Novgorod at the time Maria was slain, and had a history of targeting women. However, his DNA wasn't a match with that found at the scene, and he's not believed to have been involved in Maria's case. As it stands, the suspect in this image remains unidentified, and until he's brought to justice, it's possible that he will strike again, if he hasn't done so already. If you've checked out a lot of Unsolved Mysteries content before, it can almost end up feeling like you're listening to movie plots, rather than things that have happened to real, ordinary people like you and me. But, as this next case proves, any one of us could unwillingly become the star of our own murder mystery. The year was 2005. The subject of this story? Todd Geib, your average 22-year-old, living in the small community of Casnovia, Michigan. With a good job at Hager Distribution, an active social life, and a loving family, the future seemed bright for Todd. But sadly, that future was about to be taken away from him by a sinister force. June 11th, 2005 was a Saturday, and for a young and outgoing guy like Todd, that meant a night out with his buddies. Now, Todd and his friends were a very close group. Not surprising, since Casnovia only had a population of 314 at the time. He left the house that he shared with his cousin at 7:30 p.m. and went to meet his friends at the Half Moon Bar and Grill. They ate dinner together, and at 9:30 set off to an orchard party just off a dirt road, basically in the middle of nowhere, but still very close to where Todd was staying with his cousin. Most of the youngsters living in and around the area went to this event, about 100 people in total. One person who wasn't attending was Todd's designated driver. She dropped Todd and the others off at the orchard and promised to pick them all up later. Straight away, the event seemed like it was going to be a rager. There was a keg and a bonfire, and by all accounts, the atmosphere was electric. A little too electric. At approximately 12:45 a.m., a fight broke out between a few of the local guys, and almost erupted into a full brawl. This prompted Todd, who was still in a sober state of mind, to leave the party very abruptly. It's unclear whether he was frightened about the brawl, or whether he was just tired and wanted to get some rest. But either way, he said a quick goodbye to his friends and told them he was going to walk home. He set off on foot and disappeared from the party into the darkness. Since he only lived about a mile away and hadn't drunk too much, his pals weren't too worried about him making the journey by himself. But almost as soon as he left the orchard, Todd made a series of odd phone calls that were concerning to say the least. At 12:47 a.m., just 2 minutes after leaving the orchard, Todd called up his close friend, the woman who had dropped him off. She answered, and Todd simply said, "I've had enough," before the line cut out. It's not known whether he meant he had had enough of the event and wanted to be picked up, or if he meant he had had enough generally. In another call, which he made at 12:51, he told that same friend, "I'm in a field," before the line cut out once again. His friend immediately called him back, but all she could hear on the other end of the line was either the rush of wind or heavy breathing. Phone records show that Todd kept trying to call his friend back for the next 5 minutes, but the calls wouldn't go through. That was the last contact anyone had with Todd Geib. He never made it home that night. While making the mile-long journey back to his cousin's house, Todd seemingly fell off the face of the earth and vanished entirely. For the next 3 weeks, a search effort involving 1,500 officers and volunteers worked day and night to help find Todd. Planes scoured the area from above, and thermal imaging devices were used to try and locate him. In the latter days of the search, sniffer dogs were brought in to track Todd's movements. They picked up on his scent and followed it from the orchard along a dirt road and up into a field. It appeared that after leaving the party, Todd was indeed walking in the right direction back home, but strangely, the dogs lost his scent as soon as they reached the main paved road, the road that would have led Todd straight to his cousin's house, the final stretch of his journey. But why did his scent simply vanish when he reached it? Did somebody pick him up after all? On July 2nd, Todd was found, but to everyone's dismay, the search for him didn't have a happy ending. A local couple found his body in Ovidal Lake, very close to where his scent disappeared, smack bang in the middle of the search area. But he wasn't submerged in the lake. He was standing upright, his head and shoulders above the water's surface. It almost looked like he was still alive and was just treading water. But there were no ripples, and the lake was completely still. At first, the wife thought that he was a beaver, but when the couple realized what they were actually looking at, they immediately called the authorities. Investigators arrived and removed Todd from the lake. He was fully clothed, and his wallet was still in his pocket. There were no noticeable injuries on his body, and since he had a large amount of alcohol in his system, they theorized that Todd must have left the party, then decided to go for a drunken swim, and ultimately drowned. In their eyes, it was a classic case of misadventure, and they closed the case almost immediately. But their conclusion just didn't seem to make sense for several reasons. Firstly, how had Todd's body gone undetected in that lake for 3 weeks when he was so obviously standing in the middle of it? A group of 1,500 had thoroughly searched that area. It seems strange that nobody spotted him. Secondly, most people who drown are found bobbing face down in the water, but the chilling way in which Todd was standing, it almost appeared as if somebody had placed him there. It also doesn't make sense that Todd would go swimming fully clothed. Not to mention, when he left the orchard, everybody noted how clear Todd's head was, like he hadn't had too many drinks at all. In response to these questions, a team of independent investigators examined Todd's remains, and what they discovered was truly disturbing. Although Todd had been missing for 3 weeks, he had only been dead for 2 to 5 days. His body was in too fresh a condition, and there was hardly any insect activity or algae build-up on his body. Even stranger, they found absolutely no water in his lungs, none whatsoever, which completely discredited the police's conclusion that he had drowned, and strongly indicated that he had been killed on land and then placed in the water. As a result of these findings, this independent team conducted a number of tests with pig carcasses. They placed these carcasses in the lake to examine the rate at which they decomposed. Pigs are anatomically very similar to humans, so they wanted to see if, after 3 weeks, their carcasses were in a similar condition to Todd's body. As expected, a huge number of insects colonized the pigs. On top of that, there was also a large amount of bloating, foaming, algae and slime buildup, all things that weren't present on Todd. There was no way he had been in the water for all those weeks, and he had almost certainly been the victim of foul play. This new team theorized that when Todd made it to the paved road, he was actually picked up by one or more people, who then held him on land for a period of time before taking his life and eerily placing him in the water. They even put forward a possible group of suspects, namely the Smiley Face Killers, a group you have likely heard of before. Their existence remains unverified, but many people, including seasoned investigators, believe they're a shadowy group of organized killers who target young, successful, popular men, and almost always dump their remains in rivers, canals, and lakes, often leaving behind their graffiti signature close to the scene, a crudely sprayed smiley face. According to some witnesses, one such smiley face was found spray-painted on a tree near Ovidal Lake, though I can't seem to find any official reports confirming that. The team speculated that the Smileys forced Todd to consume a lethal dose of amitriptyline and desipramine, 2 prescription substances which were also found in his system and which Todd himself hadn't been prescribed. Despite the independent team's findings, the authorities stuck with their ruling and said Todd had accidentally perished while night swimming, even though there was no water in his lungs. It's entirely possible that Todd's demise was a complete accident, but the official version of events ignores too much evidence to be taken seriously, and the quest for definitive answers persists to this day. Todd's mother has tried for years to get her son's case reopened, but even though all the evidence points towards foul play, the cops still refuse to take another look at it. Remember, Todd lived in a very small community of only 314 people. If somebody did take his life, it doesn't seem like it would be hard to find the person responsible. That, combined with the authorities refusing to reopen their investigation, has led some people to believe there's a cover-up going on. If that's the case, then the only questions left to answer are who are the authorities protecting, and why? Trevor Dealey was a 22-year-old man who lived and worked in Dublin, the Republic of Ireland. Friendly and hard-working, Trevor was well liked by everyone who knew him, and as far as anyone knows, didn't have any enemies to speak of, which makes what happened to him all the more tragic and confusing. On the evening of December 7th, 2000, Trevor attended a work Christmas party at the Hilton Hotel on Chalmont Place. Trevor and a few of his colleagues decided to keep the party going and made their way to Buck Whaley's nightclub on Lower Leeson Street. There they all enjoyed themselves well into the early hours of Saturday, December 8th. At approximately 3:25 AM, Trevor left the venue and decided to go home. There happened to be a taxi strike going on at the time, meaning there weren't any drivers available to drop Trevor off at his apartment on Serpentine Avenue. That meant he was going to have to head home on foot. Before doing so, he went to pick up an umbrella from his workplace, the Bank of Ireland Asset Management Building. It was just a few minutes stroll away, across from Leeson Street Bridge, and since the heavens were about to open, he thought it wise to go and grab one. 30 minutes before Trevor arrived, however, while he was still at Buck Whaley's, this eerie individual, referred to as the Man in Black, was caught on CCTV standing outside his office building. For 30 long minutes, he stood there, as if waiting for somebody in particular. At 3:34 AM, that same camera shows Trevor making his way to the entrance gate of the building. The Man in Black follows him. As Trevor unlocks the gate, the man approaches and briefly chats with him about something. Trevor continues to fiddle with the lock, but doesn't appear distressed by the man's presence. He enters the complex, leaving the man in black on the other side of the gate. Inside, Trevor picked up his umbrella and had a cup of tea with one of his co-workers who was on a night shift. 26 minutes later, Trevor leaves the building, and the man in black is nowhere to be seen. Trevor continued on in the direction of his house, and was last caught on camera at 4:14 AM, passing an ATM on Haddington Road. He walks out of the camera's field of view, and a man in black enters, trailing closely behind him. The authorities believe that this was the same man in black seen waiting outside Trevor's workplace. Those are the last known movements of Trevor Deely. When he failed to turn up for work that morning, nobody was particularly concerned. It had been a very late night. His flatmates were also away that weekend, meaning that nobody was aware he hadn't made it back to his apartment. The alarm was only sounded the following Monday, when he again failed to turn up for work, and nobody was able to contact him. An investigation into Trevor Deely's disappearance was launched. The local area was thoroughly searched. The River Dodder was scoured. Missing person posters were placed all around the city. The police followed over 700 lines of inquiry. Derelict sites were unearthed in search of his remains. But no trace of the young man was ever found. To this day, nearly 22 years after he vanished, Trevor's whereabouts and well-being remain a mystery. Even now, the search for Trevor continues, with this age-progressed image of the missing man being created and released to the public, showing what he may have looked like at the age of 35. Needless to say, the main question on everyone's lips is, who is that man in black? Unfortunately, we still don't know, though for obvious reasons, he's considered a prime suspect in Trevor's disappearance, and in all likelihood, death. Though when it comes to a motive, everyone who knew Trevor has been left scratching their heads. Could this have been a dispute over a woman? Over a debt? An old grudge perhaps? Or was this simply a random targeting? We don't know. For 2 decades, the authorities have done their utmost to ID the shadowy figure in these images, but due to the lack of detail in the recordings, and a lack of leads, they've never been able to. All they know for certain is that this wasn't one of Trevor's colleagues. After all these years, the man who was seen following Trevor still keeps me awake at night, said Trevor's brother, Mark. That individual sticks in my mind because they've never been formally identified or come forward. Having looked at the footage again and again, I was hoping someone might have recognized the way they walk. I would do anything to find out who this person is, and would have no problem in meeting anyone who might be able to give us some information. Who is this elusive man in black? A €100,000 reward is available to anyone who has the answer to that question, or indeed, to whoever has any other valuable information pertaining to Trevor's disappearance. Wu Meiyi was born in the Chinese port city of Dalian on June 25, 1985, but moved to Chicago with her husband at the age of 20, where she changed her name to Amber Hayez. Amber's first 2 years in the US were both the happiest and saddest of her life, as the birth of her daughter, Melissa, in 2007 was quickly followed by the death of her husband, who passed away from cancer. The ensuing heartbreak and financial issues saw Amber and Melissa briefly move back to China, but with the support of her family, they soon returned to the United States before settling in Las Vegas. Within a decade, Amber had established a prosperous grocery business that specialized in seafood, and in a city that consumes over 60,000 pounds of shrimp every day, that business made Amber a very wealthy woman. Once her business was firmly established, and she had secured a future for her daughter Melissa, Amber began to venture into the Las Vegas dating scene, and it was in 2017 that she met an Uber driver by the name of Cheng Zhang. According to those that knew her, Amber's relationship with Cheng grew very intense very quickly. The couple became so entangled that some assumed they were already married. Despite that intensity, their relationship was a volatile one. 2018 saw the couple briefly separate, but shortly after their reconciliation, Amber, Cheng, and Melissa moved to Irvine, California, ready to begin a new life together. Amber's friends and employees were very sad to see her leave, but she continued to run her business from her new home and frequently made trips back to Las Vegas in order to check that things were functioning as they should. She often kept in touch with employees and regular customers via WeChat, a Chinese messaging app similar to WhatsApp, and would usually reply to a person's message within minutes of receiving it. So, in November of 2019, when Amber suddenly stopped replying to messages and returning phone calls, those that knew her became very worried. On November 22nd, Amber had been on her way back to Irvine from Las Vegas with a car packed full of fresh fruit and seafood. Cheng had expected Amber to return to their Mitchelson Drive apartment in the mid-afternoon and became concerned when she failed to arrive when expected. Then, at around 4:30 p.m, he claimed that 2 visitors came to his apartment. Cheng didn't recognize either of them, but noted that they were a man and a woman of East Asian descent. Right as he was about to ask who they were, Cheng said that the female pulled something out of her pocket. The last thing Cheng remembered before everything went black was a kind of fine mist wafting over his face. A few hours later, Cheng woke up on his dining room floor, unable to remember how he had gotten there. But just seconds later, memories of the mysterious couple at his door came flooding back. Not long after, Cheng was overcome by terror when he noticed a single bloody handprint on the wall. Staggering out of the room, he spotted even more blood on the hallway carpet. Realizing that his stepdaughter might be in danger, he began calling out to her while searching the apartment. To his horror, Melissa was nowhere to be found. As he rushed to contact the authorities, he discovered something terrifying. A handwritten note next to his phone. The note informed him that both Amber and Melissa had been kidnapped, but would eventually be allowed to return home if Cheng followed some simple instructions. The final passage read, "If you contact the police, you won't see them again. Clean the apartment. Act normal. We are watching you." Terrified that the kidnappers' ominous warnings were legit, Cheng set about covering up the evidence of the crime to ensure Amber and Melissa's safety. He began by ripping up the square of carpet that had been stained with blood. Then he repainted the wall where the bloody handprint had been. He also contacted Melissa's school, claiming she wouldn't be attending class due to serious illness, and even impersonated Amber using her WeChat account to assure her customers that she was fine. Over the days that followed, as Cheng continued to obey the hostage-taker's instructions, a series of anonymous letters were slid under his apartment door while he was out. One assured him that his behavior was being closely monitored. Another told him that if he continued to keep the ordeal a secret for just a few days longer, Amber and Melissa would be released. On the 5th day, another anonymous note arrived. This one instructed Cheng to leave town for a few days so that the hostage-takers could access the apartment. Cheng capitulated and drove over to a relative's house in Las Vegas under the pretense of a surprise visit. For the next 2 days, he continued to hide the truth regarding the disappearance of his partner and stepdaughter, acting completely normal before driving back to his Irvine apartment. When he arrived home, another note awaited him. One which read, "They are fine. Clean the carpet again. Clean the house again. You will see them Monday. Cheng patiently waited for the return of his family. But when Monday came and went, and he still hadn't received any kind of update, his worry turned to panic. As the situation dragged into its third week, and the hostage takers still hadn't made contact, Cheng began to fear the worst. On December 2nd, 2019, Cheng Zhang finally contacted the Irvine Police Department and reported that his family had been taken. At first, the detectives found Cheng's story extremely suspicious. Due to how long and convoluted it was, they believed it sounded an awful lot like a cover story, and initially considered him the prime suspect in his family's disappearance. However, following an extensive 44-day period of constant surveillance, a complete search of his apartment, and over 40 hours of thorough interviews with friends and family, Cheng was, amazingly, ruled out as a possible suspect, and his story was deemed to be credible. Sections of the blood-stained floorboards Cheng had scrubbed and covered up were sent off for laboratory analysis, and a DNA test confirmed that the blood belonged to Amber. Cheng seemed distraught at the idea of his partner being injured during the kidnapping. But, despite the convincing levels of grief that he displayed, a few things just didn't add up. Firstly, Cheng appeared to have what's known as a defensive wound on his hand, and although he said the cut came from a slip of a knife while cutting meat, the slice resembled the kind incurred during a confrontation. Secondly, a number of Cheng's neighbors had witnessed him hauling one large cooler and one large storage container out of his apartment and down to a waiting truck. When asked about this by police, Cheng claimed that he had just been cleaning the apartment like the perps had instructed. Another aspect of Cheng's story, which seemed odd, was his claim that he had been knocked unconscious by some kind of aerosol. He was adamant that a female stranger had sprayed him in the face with something, and dismissed the idea that she had used a chloroform-soaked rag. Investigators deduced that it was possible she had used the anesthetic spray, halothane, which can render a person unconscious almost immediately. But the thing is, halothane is not exactly an over-the-counter substance in the US. In fact, it's extremely hard to get a hold of. However, one country has a long history of using halothane during espionage operations. And would you believe it? That country is the People's Republic of China. But what would the Chinese government want with a young businesswoman and her 12-year-old daughter? And had they been murdered, or were they being held prisoner somewhere? A considerably less fantastical explanation for Amber's kidnapping could well be her financial situation. Amber had convinced almost everyone, including Cheng, that she was a very wealthy woman with millions in investments and 6 figures in her bank account. Despite those claims, however, the investigators uncovered that she had vastly exaggerated her success. The truth was, her bank accounts were drained, and her business was on the verge of collapsing. This raised some interesting questions. Had Amber gotten involved with Chinese mafia loan sharks in order to keep up her successful businesswoman image? Had she upset the wrong people with her deception? Did her captors think that she would pay for her and her daughter's release with money that, in reality, she didn't have? Cheng also mentioned that Amber had an on-again, off-again relationship with a man back in China, and that was the reason for their brief separation in 2018. Some began to speculate whether Amber had staged her own kidnapping in order to throw Cheng off her scent and escape. But if her financial situation was so dire, how was she able to finance a delicately timed operation that involved a rare and powerful tranquilizer? Not to mention, Amber and Melissa's passports had both been left in the apartment, and there's absolutely no record of either of them entering China since they vanished. Many people who have dug around in this rabbit hole have concluded that Cheng must be a master manipulator and a highly skilled liar. In their minds, his story is simply too crazy to believe, and he must have murdered his partner and stepdaughter before successfully covering it up. And yet, in January of 2020, he passed an FBI-administered polygraph test. showed no signs of deception during his 44 days of surveillance, and an FBI behavioral psychologist confirmed that he was definitely telling the truth and could be ruled out as a suspect. Not to mention, the authorities likely wouldn't have even known about Amber and Melissa's case if Cheng himself hadn't reported it. If Cheng is indeed telling the truth, it makes for a terrifying story, and might well constitute either a human trafficking ring or even an act of espionage on American soil. Either way, whoever is responsible seems to have acted with complete impunity and poses a great risk to the wider public. They have never been identified, and Amber and Melissa's whereabouts and well-being remain a mystery to this day. Utaho no Tatari, or in English, Utaho's Curse, is a relatively obscure Japanese indie horror series made using the Wolf RPG editor. In part 1, you play as Utano Yamano, a girl whose happy home life is shattered when she returns home one day to find her parents dead, her sister possessed by a red mask, and her grandmother as this thing. At least someone's having a good time. After that pleasant start to the game, you'll spend the rest of your time exploring very large and very demon-infested houses, hotels, and shrines, following a trail of notes left behind by Utano's sister, uncovering clues and encountering bizarre entities, all while being pursued by this terrifying meat mannequin. Part 2 sees you playing as Shizune, a reporter investigating the mysterious disappearance of Utano from Part 1. The games certainly have an eerie atmosphere about them, what with all the jarring sound effects and disturbing visuals. There's just something about these warped, realistic images contrasting with the 2D sprites, which gives the games a really haunting quality. Now in Japan, Utaho no Tatari has a cult fanbase, but since these games were never translated into English, they didn't receive as much international attention as other similar titles like Yume Nikki. That is, until several years ago, when a mysterious and unsettling glitch was brought up in the r/creepy gaming subreddit, one that most players hadn't experienced.
なるほど。はい。イベントの読み込みに失敗しました。1フレームあたりのその操作はできません。入力ボタンを確認してください。は？はい？何え？早くマジでお願い。何これ？何？あ、ちょっと一回。
As reported by a small minority of players, when they reached this shrine area in Part 2 and walked around for a while, their games randomly crashed. A jumbled string of error messages appeared and locked them out of the game. After this error message, their screens flashed 4 times before this image of a seemingly dead woman popped up out of nowhere, accompanied by an equally horrible noise. Those who stumbled into this glitch were of course creeped out by it, but most assumed that they had just bumped into an enemy without realizing, and patiently waited for the game over screen to appear. But it never did. Their games had frozen. The only way for them to get off this screen was to close the game and restart it. So, in their minds, this almost certainly wasn't a scripted event. Most people who tried to deliberately trigger this crash also failed, suggesting this really was just a random glitch that didn't occur in most playthroughs. According to other people who have explored this mystery, this picture doesn't appear anywhere else in the game. When you're playing a horror game, you expect creepy imagery to crop up from time to time, but this photo really struck people for 2 reasons. Firstly, because this unexplained glitch and creepy picture were hidden within a bug and clearly weren't meant to be discovered. And secondly, because the image itself looked a little too real to some people, as if it were a photo of an actual dead woman. So, what caused the glitch? Why did this picture appear after the crash? And just how real was the photo itself? Let's try and answer those 3 questions. If or when you encounter this glitch, the error message that appears on screen is different depending on your locale. If you're outside of Japan, you'll be met with a string of garbled characters, which may have you thinking that this was a genuine crash. But if you switch your system locale to Japan, then your game will still crash. But instead of a meaningless string of characters, the text will display as intended. Now to most of us, this too just looks like an ordinary crash screen. But if you can read Japanese, that's obviously not the case. It's actually a string of typical sounding error messages, but with some horror sentences mixed in. For example, one part reads, Location, Date, Utaho no Tatari 2. The data is being damaged. Possible cause is... Please stop! So, it seems like this glitch wasn't actually a glitch at all, but was a calculated jump scare. Indeed, this text is actually presented as an encounter between the player's current character, Shizune, and an evil version of the former protagonist, Utano, who seems to have become possessed after disappearing at the end of the first game. Given that part 1 begins with Utano discovering her mother's headless body, the inclusion of this image also makes a lot of sense. I mean, it does look like a detached head. With that context, it's clear that the error message was intentional, and we're meant to interpret it as either a demonic Utano presenting her mother's head to us, or Utano's own severed head communicating with us directly. If we dig around in the game's data files, we can see that the image is actually titled Yabai. Yabai can mean a lot of things, depending on the context, but in this case, it would translate to something like, oh my god. So I guess the game's creator thought this image was particularly horrifying too, and figured it would be a scary thing to include in a fake crash. He thought this image was so scary, in fact, that despite what some have suggested, this actually isn't the only time it appears in the game. Here's the same asset, appearing as part of a weird live-action segment in Part 2. As you can see, it only flashes up briefly, but it's there. So, we now know that this so-called glitch was actually an Easter egg, designed to mess with a few unsuspecting players. But what the game files don't tell us is where this image originally came from, and whether it's real or fake. It's not unheard of for homebrew developers to throw images of real dead bodies into their games. The infamous Game Over screen from Hong Kong 97 springs to mind. What's more, this was a small, free-to-download indie game, not some studio project. It's conceivable that the creators could have included a highly saturated photo of an authentic body for either shock value, their own amusement, or because that's the only asset they could get their hands on. So, is the picture real? Well, doing a reverse image search turned up nothing, so there was only one way to find out for sure. I put on my detective hat, did some internet sleuthing, and found the Twitter page of the game's creator, a guy by the name of Payan. Says here his last tweet was made in 2019, which isn't a good sign. But hold up, says here that this is his old account. So let's click on this link to find his new one, and, well, last tweet was in 2017. Given that he had set his DMs to private, I got the impression that he was a man who was hard to contact. Without holding on to much hope, I decided to leave a comment under Payan's last tweet on both accounts, asking if he remembered the origin of the image. Given his post history, it's likely he doesn't speak English, and honestly, my Japanese is pretty atrocious. But handily, my lovely wife's a native speaker, so I asked her to translate my message to Payan. And no reply. Unfortunately, the guy seems to have disappeared from the internet entirely, taking the answer to this mystery with him. Unless he returns, I'm afraid we can only speculate whether this image is real or fake. I thought it looked like an edited version of Girl with a Pearl Earring, but putting them side by side, you can see that the angle's all wrong. So, who is this a picture of? And should we be getting Hong Kong 97 vibes or not? I'm starting to think we'll never know. There's a number of strange superstitions surrounding bathrooms in Japan. Toilets are the unexpected setting of a lot of urban legends there. For example, Akamanto, aka Red Cape, a masked spirit who appears to people in public bathroom stalls. If the occupants run out of toilet paper, Akamanto will offer them a roll of either red or blue paper. If you choose the red paper, you'll meet an immediate bloody end. The spirit may flay you alive, or rip the spine from your body and wrap it around your neck like a cape. If you choose the blue paper, Akamanto will place his hands around your throat and squeeze until your face turns blue. Try and outsmart him by picking another colour, and a pair of hands will drag you to the underworld. Your only viable option is to make a run for it without wiping, so there's really no winning in this game. Now, those type of stories are popular among high schoolers and fans of the paranormal, sure, but ultimately no one really believes them, and they're just seen as a bit of fun. There are, however, some genuinely unsettling figures that lurk in Japanese public bathrooms, namely peeping toms. Things have gotten a lot better in recent years, but in the not-so-distant past, Japan had a real problem with pervs. Men who go around following, grabbing, and photographing women. In many ways, that's still a big problem in Japanese society, and it's the reason that trains in the country have female-only carriages, and why phone cameras can't be switched to silent mode. But one place in particular that these men seemingly couldn't help but venture into back in the day was women's bath stalls. Which brings us to our first entry from Tomura County, a rural area in Fukushima. It was the cold, dark night of February 28th, 1989. A female schoolteacher named Yumi Tanaka went into a restroom just outside her single-person dormitory. Inside was an old-fashioned squat toilet, a simple model where the septic tank was U-shaped. One end of the pipe was connected to the toilet inside the bathroom, and the other to the outside world. You'd drop your business down the bathroom end of the pipe, and periodically it would all get sucked out from the other end by a machine. After using the squat toilet, Yumi looked down into it and noticed something bizarre. There was a leather shoe deep inside the toilet. Confused, she went outside to open the concrete lid of the septic tank, but found it was already ajar. She gazed down into this opposite end of the pipe, and what she saw made her heart skip. Squashed inside the thin septic tank, covered in human waste, was the frozen body of Naoyuki Kano, a 26-year-old man who worked for the local power plant. An autopsy would later reveal that he had died 2 days prior, due to a combination of pressure on his chest and hypothermia. Investigators were stunned to find him in such a strange position. He was lying on his back in the fetal position, his head positioned just under the squat toilet. Despite the freezing temperatures, Naoyuki's torso was completely bare, and his shirt was found neatly folded atop his body. One of his shoes was on top of his face. That's the one Yumi had seen. His other shoe was later found on the bed of a river, quite some distance from his body. His car was discovered close to the bathroom, with the keys still in the ignition and the doors unlocked. The authorities quickly closed the case, concluding that Naoyuki must have squeezed into the pipe in order to peep up at women as they used the bathroom and to enjoy the feeling of their waist covering him. Naoyuki's friends and family were outraged by that assertion. The young man was known for being an upstanding, sunny, moral citizen. He had helped many of the locals with odd jobs and problems they were facing, and was well known in the community. He was also the Minister of Entertainment and Activities of the local youth club, and was considered a role model by all the young members. There was no way such an intelligent and sweet guy perished doing something so shameful and foolish. They believed that Naoyuki had been the victim of foul play. More than 4,300 local villagers signed a petition for Naoyuki's case to be reopened, but the authorities denied their request. The coroner had ruled that Naoyuki only had minor abrasions on his knees and elbows, with no noticeable wounds, suggesting that he had been forced inside the pipe. So, in short, there are two possibilities when it comes to this case. Either Naoyuki had gone into the pipe willingly for his own gratification, or he was put in there by somebody else. But was there any evidence that he had been murdered? Actually, there were several pieces. Firstly, the pipe he was trapped in was tight, and I mean extremely tight. Naoyuki's shoulders were 16 inches wide, but the diameter of the pipe which he had slid into was only 14 inches. The recovery crew couldn't pull his body out, no matter how hard they tried, and the entire pipe had to be destroyed just to get him out. As Naoyuki slid himself face up into the pipe and shimmied his way down, he must have realized there was no way for him to get out. He wouldn't have been able to get past the ceramic toilet above him, and it would have been impossible to crawl out backwards. Would he really have put himself in such a risky position just to fulfill a fantasy? Even if he had, the lighting in the bathroom was so weak he wouldn't have been able to see anything anyway. Secondly, his missing shoe being found so far from his body didn't make any sense at all. Why would Naoyuki have thrown one of his shoes into a river so far from his destination, and then crawled into the pipe with the other in his hand? Thirdly, it wouldn't have been possible for Naoyuki to neatly fold his shirt while stuck within the confines of the pipe. He must have folded it before he went inside. But if it was so cold, why did he remove it at all? If he didn't want to get it dirty, surely he would have just left it outside. Fourthly, the fact that he had perished from hypothermia was odd. Most people who have fallen or crawled into septic tanks in the past have either died from drowning or from breathing in toxic fumes. It's not clear how much waste was inside the pipe, but surely the fumes would have still been potent enough to end Naoyuki's life at a faster rate than the cold. Finally, remember Yumi Tanaka, the woman who found Naoyuki's body? Well, Naoyuki knew her. They were close friends. Between the 24th and 28th of February, Yumi was away visiting relatives outside the village. Naoyuki would have been very familiar with her schedule, and almost certainly would have known that. Even if he didn't know she was gone for some reason, he had still perished on the 26th. That was a Saturday. Yumi was never at her dorm on the weekends. If Naoyuki wanted to peep up at her so desperately, why did he stuff himself into her bathroom pipe when she wasn't there, knowing that he would have to wait inside it for at least 2 whole days? In the minds of many, the only possible answer is that he didn't get into it willingly. But if someone else had stuffed Naoyuki into the pipe, who and why? Well, there are a few theories. Just before the incident, Naoyuki's village had a mayoral election. One of the candidates was a man named Tadashiro Watanabe. Naoyuki had been a supporter of Tadashiro's. That is, until he learned Tadashiro was actually corrupt and had been buying votes from the local villagers. This strategy worked, and Tadashiro was voted in as the village mayor. Naoyuki was furious, and, being a man of principle, immediately turned his back on Tadashiro. On February 23rd, 5 days before his remains were discovered, Naoyuki played a show with his punk band at a local restaurant. Now, he was a very outspoken young man, and, consumed by anger, he thrashed his guitar while singing lyrics that berated the villagers, mocking them for being so easily manipulated. This sparked an argument between Naoyuki and several men from the youth club that supported Tadashiro, the youth club Naoyuki was the minister of. In their eyes, their role model, Naoyuki, had just betrayed them, betrayed Tadashiro. According to witnesses, these men followed Naoyuki out to his car. Some people speculate that they forced Naoyuki into his own vehicle, drove him out to the septic tank, knocked him out somehow, and, while he was still alive, stuffed him inside it. Naoyuki then woke up in the cold, dark pipe, realized his situation, and, unable to get out, squeezed himself into the fetal position for warmth, only to succumb to the freezing temperatures 2 or 3 days later. So, had this all been a setup? A way to get rid of Tadashiro's outspoken critic, Naoyuki, and pin him as being a peeping Tom, desperate for a glance up at his friend, Yumi Tanaka. Had these men actually not intended to kill Naoyuki at all, and stuffed him inside the pipe as some sort of joke gone wrong? It's worth noting that the police handled this case very crudely, mishandling Naoyuki's remains, and accidentally destroying evidence. It's also worth noting that the coroner who examined Naoyuki's remains just so happened to quit his job after declaring there had been no foul play. Had the mayor himself pulled some strings and got his young group members off the hook, and ordered the authorities to flush the evidence, so to speak? It doesn't seem likely that the young men would have killed Naoyuki over such a minor gripe. But then again, it also doesn't seem likely that he'd crawl into the pipe willingly himself. There are a few other theories floating about online, ranging from Naoyuki being slain for being an outspoken supporter of nuclear energy, to him being silenced by the very plant he worked at for knowing some of their nefarious secrets, but there's not much evidence to support any of them. He may have been a peeping Tom. He may have been a victim. All I know is that Naoyuki suffered one of the worst fates imaginable. Trapped in a cold, dark pipe, unable to move, and covered in human waste. Gordana Kotevsky was described by those closest to her as a perfect child if ever there was one. Ambitious, intelligent, and full of spirit, Gordana just had that spark, and it was clear that the bubbly 16-year-old had a very bright future ahead of her. She lived with her parents and siblings in the Lake Macquarie region of New South Wales, Australia. On the night of November 24th, 1994, Gordana departed the Charleston Square shopping centre and began walking down Powell Street towards her Aunt Sonia's house, just 500 metres away. Although several homes line the sides of Powell Street, there are stretches where only trees and brush flank the road. A young girl walking by herself at night would have been easy prey on that road. At 8:45 p.m, two men in a light-coloured, single-cab Toyota Hilux with a silver work tray attached drove up beside Gordana. According to 6 eyewitnesses, one of these men jumped out and began dragging her towards the vehicle where his accomplice was waiting behind the wheel. She was forced inside, and the men sped off with her. Gordana's shopping bag and wallet were later found at the scene, but she was never seen or heard from again. Aside from a detailed description of the suspect's vehicle, the authorities had little to work with. They asked all of the witnesses to undergo hypnosis to try and draw out any details about the two men who took Gordana. One of them was able to give a detailed description of the perps involved, and these two efforts were made up. They were both young and athletic. Unfortunately, none of the witnesses could recall their license plate number. 300 owners of Toyota Hiluxes in the area were interviewed and had their vehicles searched, but this didn't result in any arrests. It's unknown what exactly became of Gordana. Some believe she was killed and buried in the outback. Others think that she was trafficked and sold to the highest bidder. Whatever became of her, after 28 years with no contact, it's safe to assume that she is no longer alive. The coroner's office agreed with that, and in 2003, Gordana was declared legally dead, despite the fact that her body has never been discovered. Ambiguous loss is difficult to explain to someone who hasn't experienced it, said Gordana's mother, Peggy. It's a loss that never brings closure and leaves you grieving the child that didn't make it to adulthood. Part of you is missing forever. There's a strong possibility that Gordana's case is linked to 3 other missing girls from the Lake Macquarie region. Amber Robinson, 14, Leanne Goodall, 20, and Robin Hickey, 18. They all vanished between December 30th, 1978 and April 21st, 1979. And just like Gordana, their fates remain unknown. Interestingly, Gordana's sister, Carolina, told officers about a phone call that she received from Gordana just 2 weeks before she disappeared. During that call, Guevara mentioned a customer at the delicatessen that she worked at, a young man that she called the Spook. In Carolina's words, quote, "Guevara said that there was this fellow bothering her at work, hanging around and bugging her, and she didn't like him." The Spook ended up coming to the deli so often that Guevara quit her job there. She didn't know him. I think he just saw her at the deli once and got carried away with her. Guevara described the Spook as being of Middle Eastern or possibly Italian origin, and that he sometimes appeared with a blonde, surfer-looking friend. Unfortunately, to this day, nobody has been able to pinpoint exactly who the Spook was, though forensic artists were able to come up with this sketch. Is it possible that the eyewitness's description may have been slightly off, and that these two men are actually one and the same? After all, it seems likely that the Spook and his blonde surfer mate were the ones responsible. The Australian authorities strongly believe that there are numerous people out there that hold vital information pertaining to Guevara's case. A $1 million reward is on offer to anyone who can help bring her family closure and bring these perps to justice. Barbara Gustone was an accomplished singing and vocal coach living in Manhattan's Chelsea neighborhood. During her long and illustrious career, she had worked with such stars as Blondie's Debbie Harry, as well as countless Broadway performers. At the age of 87, Barbara was far from retired, and was still training and supporting plenty of students, as well as regularly meeting with friends and helping out at her local church's soup kitchen. Despite her advanced age, she still had a teenage energy, as one friend put it, and it was clear to everyone who knew her that Barbara had a real zest for life and for her community, and planned to keep on working, socializing, and volunteering for years to come. On March 10th, 2022, she was actually on her way to Joe's pub to see a student perform, something she often did to show support. Unfortunately, she wouldn't make it to her destination. At 8:30 p.m., just as Barbara stepped out of her building on West 28th Street and 8th Avenue, another, much younger woman suddenly approached her from the other side of the street, called her a bitch, and, in a completely random and unprovoked act of violence, forcefully shoved her to the ground before casually strolling off into the night. Barbara's head slammed into the hard concrete pavement, and she suffered catastrophic trauma to the left side of her brain. A young man found her on the ground and helped her into her building's lobby, where two of her friends happened to be waiting. When paramedics arrived, Barbara was still conscious and was able to tell them that she had been attacked by a red-haired woman in her 30s whom she had never met before. Shortly after relaying that information, her condition deteriorated and she lost consciousness. Tragically, Barbara would never wake up from her coma. 5 days later, she passed away with her grandson by her side, holding her hand. Soon after the incident, authorities released these images of the suspect, who was caught on multiple surveillance cameras leaving the scene. Just as Barbara had said, she was indeed a woman with red hair. The police announced to the public that Barbara had been the victim of a homicide, and these images of the perp were widely circulated. No doubt realizing the dire situation she was in, this woman, now identified as 26-year-old Lauren Pacienza, handed herself in to the police on March 22nd. Pacienza has since been charged with manslaughter, and although she's yet to stand trial for Barbara's death, the police have revealed some truly disturbing information about her actions after the incident. Just 6 minutes after pushing Barbara over, Pacienza returned to the scene and watched as the ambulance took her away. She then removed all of her social media posts and photos from the web and hid out at her parents' home for almost 2 weeks. 2 of her friends called in a tip that she was hiding there, but when officers arrived, her father said that she wasn't in and that they couldn't come inside to search the house. The following day, Pacienza turned herself in. Why Pacienza fatally shoved a complete stranger to her death remains unclear. Perhaps we'll find out during her trial, but the fact that people like her actually exist is enough to make your blood boil. Oki, or Al as he preferred to be called, was known for being a kind and easygoing guy, the type of man that had no enemies to speak of. Even his ex-wife, Gail, whom he'd divorced in 2002, remained good friends with him long after they had separated, and Al went out of his way to keep a good relationship with his stepdaughter, Julie. In early 2004, Al was living the carefree bachelor's lifestyle. Despite having lost his wife, stepdaughter, and previous job just 2 years prior, the 53-year-old was now doing very well for himself once again. He'd purchased a 2-story townhouse in Aurora, Colorado, and had landed a new job at the consulting firm Carter Douglas. During a work function, he also happened to meet a charming woman named Linda Angelopoulos. The pair quickly hit it off and began a casual romance, one which quickly blossomed into something more serious. Now with a new partner, a new job, and newfound happiness, there was just one thing Al still needed: a new tenant. As mentioned, Al's townhouse in Aurora was 2 stories. He lived on the top floor and rented out the lower one to bring in a little extra cash each month. In May 2004, his previous tenant had moved out, so Al was on the hunt for a new housemate to fill his empty room. He put up ads in the University of Colorado's library, and on May 19th, someone responded. A guy who went by the name Robert Cooper. Well, whoever this Robert Cooper was, he sounded desperate for a place to stay and wanted to move in as quickly as possible. He told Al over the phone that he could have the security deposit and first month's rent for him that same day in order to secure the lease. Mr. Cooper also mentioned that he worked at Wells Fargo, said that he had just been transferred from the East Coast, hence why he needed a place to stay. Robert Cooper ticked all the boxes and sounded like a decent enough guy, so Al agreed to rent him the room. Perhaps, he thought, this could be the start of a new friendship. At some point within the next 3 days, Al's girlfriend, Linda, came to the townhouse to pay him a visit. She just so happened to arrive while Al was showing Robert Cooper around the downstairs apartment. Al asked Linda if she'd like to meet the new tenant. She said of course she would, but she had to use the bathroom first. In the short space of time that Linda was inside the bathroom, Cooper told Al that he had forgotten about an important appointment he had and hastily made for the exit. As Linda stepped out of the bathroom, she only caught the briefest glimpse of Cooper's back as he left. According to both Linda and several other neighbours, he was a well-dressed man who appeared to be in his late 30s or early 40s, of medium height and build, with dark, curly hair. Most notably, Linda said that he walked with a limp and carried a cane. Neither she nor Al thought much about Robert Cooper's speedy exit. Maybe he really did have a prior engagement, or maybe he had some social anxiety problems and didn't want to meet Linda for some reason. Either way, it wasn't a big deal. As long as the guy kept up with the rent, he could come and go as he pleased. A few days later, on May 22nd, Al dropped Linda off at the airport. She was taking a week-long trip to Virginia Beach, while Al finalized the contract with Mr. Cooper and helped him settle in. Cooper said he needed some assistance with moving an armchair down the stairs, or something like that, and Al, being a nice guy, offered to lend a hand. Linda's plane landed safely later that day, and she called Al at 3:30 p.m. to tell him that she had arrived. But there was something off about the phone call. Al wasn't his usual, happy-go-lucky self. Instead, he was quiet, distracted, maybe even uncomfortable. Figuring that he was just busy helping Cooper move in, Linda wished him a good weekend, and they both exchanged I love yous before hanging up. Linda had no idea that she would never speak to Al again. Nor would anyone else for that matter, except perhaps for the man who took his life. On May 24th, just 2 days after Linda's departure, Al's absence at work was noticed by his boss. That was slightly alarming. Al was a diligent and punctual worker. He wouldn't have just taken a day off without notifying the company. The boss tried to call Al, but got no response. To be on the safe side, he called up Al's sister, Barbara, and asked if she could check up on him. Barbara didn't live in Colorado, so she, in turn, called up the local authorities. Within minutes, officers were on their way to Al's home to conduct a welfare check. They knocked on his door, but nobody answered. Realizing that the door had been left unlocked, the officers slowly entered and took a look around, hoping to find some trace of Al inside. Well, they found more than just a trace. At the bottom of the stairs to the basement, they found Al, hogtied and lying face down in a puddle of his own blood. He had been struck in the back of the head with a blunt object while walking down the stairs. But it wasn't the strike that killed him. While incapacitated at the bottom of the stairs, his attacker tied up his arms and legs behind his back, and then proceeded to torture him for hours. The soles of his feet were extremely bruised and swollen, having been repeatedly beaten with a steel honing rod, a form of punishment known as Biluck. Sharp blades from his own kitchen had been inserted into his ears, down through his shoulders, and even into the spaces right above his eyes. The unusual way in which Al had been bound made it impossible for him to move. All he could do was endure the pain. Finally, whoever had done this to him had finished him off with 22 stabs to the chest, head, and neck. The final blows were so ferocious that Al's head was nearly detached from his own body. Sickeningly, after taking Al's life, the perp then made himself at home. He cleaned up the scene, ate food from Al's fridge, wore Al's clothes, took a shower in his bathroom, and even slept in his bed, something very reminiscent of the Japanese Setagaya family massacre case. It's believed that Cooper may have stayed in Al's home for more than a full day after slaying him. Perhaps the perp wanted to know what it felt like to be his victim. Perhaps he just got a thrill out of remaining at the scene. Perhaps taking Al's life wasn't enough, and he wanted to take his privacy too. Whatever was going through the guy's head, it was clear to the investigators that they weren't dealing with an ordinary killer. Whoever this man was, he hadn't known Al personally, but had still taken great satisfaction in his work, and he had to have been planning this for a very long time. The lead investigator on the case, Detective Thomas Sobieski, believes that Al was struck in the head while helping his new tenant, Robert Cooper, move in. This Robert Cooper was the obvious suspect. Now all the authorities had to do was track him down. To begin with, they found the crumpled up rental contract between Cooper and Al in the kitchen bin. The contract contained all of Cooper's personal information, but obviously it had all been made up. His social security number belonged to an 80-year-old woman who lived in Indiana. His address was for an elementary school in Denver. His reference phone number was from an Aurora retirement village, and the name Robert Cooper was of course an alias. No one with that name worked at Wells Fargo or had moved to the area. Because this guy had chosen to target Al, not because he knew him, but because he had an apartment to rent, they didn't really have a lot to work with. But they did have something. When the perp finally left the townhouse, he took Al's debit card and truck keys with him. He then drove Al's vehicle to a nearby ATM, where he withdrew $1,000 of his victim's hard-earned cash. While doing so, the ATM's inbuilt camera took several pictures of the killer, his face hidden behind a ski mask. Strangely, Al had a lot more savings in his checking account, and the perp could have taken a much heftier sum if he wanted to, but for some reason only took $1,000. Then again, money clearly wasn't this guy's motive. He hadn't tormented Al and then taken his life for financial gain. No, he'd done it simply because he could. After withdrawing the money, Cooper again returned to Al's townhouse, removed all the blades he had inserted into Al, and then placed them in the kitchen sink, along with the steel honing rod. He poured bleach all over them, as well as down the shower drain to remove any DNA evidence he left behind. Finally, he walked out the front door and vanished into the night. To this day, nobody knows who Robert Cooper really was, or why he did what he did. He had been careful not to leave behind any trace of his identity, even in the lead-up to the slaying. The only evidence he had left behind was his phone number, which he had used to contact Al in the first place, but it turned out that he had actually been using a burner phone. that very phone was found in downtown Denver, and investigators were able to work out which 7-Eleven Cooper had purchased it from. One close to the University of Colorado's library. But Cooper had done his homework. He had waited 30 days to activate his burner phone. Guess how long that 7-Eleven kept their CCTV footage before deleting it? Bingo. Exactly 30 days. Cooper was also smart enough not to call anyone else using that phone. So, unfortunately, this seemingly vital piece of evidence was, in reality, worthless. Mr. Cooper had been disturbingly methodical. As the investigators would come to learn, just before Al's untimely slaughter, numerous other landlords in Aurora had left ads at the University of Colorado's library looking for tenants to rent their empty rooms. Many of them had been contacted by a man calling himself Robert Cooper. Several of them even met with him. One landlord described him as a well-dressed man who walked without a limp. Another landlord, who happened to be familiar with European dialects, said that the man spoke with a distinctly Romanian accent. According to her, Cooper spent a lot of time examining her windows. Both landlords agreed that he gave off a creepy vibe, with one of them saying that he made the hair on the back of her neck stand up, and because of that, they both turned him away. Well, their intuitions likely saved their lives, and if they hadn't followed their gut instincts, we'd probably be talking about one of their deaths here, instead of Al's. But Al liked to think the best of people. Always had. And that cost him everything. As it stands, the case of Al Qaid remains unsolved to this very day, and the true identity of Robert Cooper remains shrouded in mystery. But the audacity of his actions, the amount of effort he put into finding his victim, the time he invested in planning this whole thing, the efficiency with which he pulled it off, the confidence he displayed by remaining at the scene, and the joy he clearly got from his work. Well, it all makes me wonder whether this really was just a one-time deal, or whether Al was just another victim on this killer's sick resume. A lot of internet sleuths believe that's the case, and have tried to link Robert Cooper to other killers who were caught trying to use their victims' bank cards. Guys like Roy Charles Waller, who also like to disguise his identity. Others have suggested the infamous Israel Keys. His MO was very similar to that of the perp in this case, and the ATM photos certainly bear a striking resemblance to him. Still, to date, no definitive connections have been drawn. But there is one piece of good news. A small amount of DNA belonging to an unknown male was uncovered on the basement stairs at Al's house. This was run through the authorities' database, and though no matches have ever turned up, the DNA did reveal that this unknown male was of Southeast European descent, and using advances in forensic technology, composite artists were recently able to create this image of his face. This 3D figure is Robert Cooper. Back then, and now. With developments like this still being made more than a decade after the incident, perhaps one day this incredibly sinister figure will be brought to justice, and this rabbit hole finally filled in. With a little luck, the FBI might be able to map his family tree and find him that way in the near future. Until then, all we can do is shudder at the fact that people like Robert Cooper actually exist, and that, on any given day, they could choose to target you, not because you wronged them, but just for the thrill of it. "18-year-old Kelsey Ann Smith was last seen alive while shopping at a Target in Overland Park, the second largest city in Kansas. She entered the store at approximately 7 p.m. on June 2nd, 2007. Kelsey had gone there specifically to buy her boyfriend a present. The couple were celebrating their 6-month anniversary, and Kelsey wanted to get him something nice to commemorate the occasion. As she perused the aisles, Kelsey chatted on the phone to her mother, discussing possible gift ideas. But unbeknownst to Kelsey, she wasn't browsing those aisles alone. A young male in a white shirt and dark shorts was caught on CCTV entering the Target about 30 seconds after Kelsey. The man proceeded to follow her around the store, often looking up in her direction, but being as discreet as possible and keeping his distance. None of the other customers, nor Kelsey for that matter, noticed his unusual behavior. He followed her down every aisle she went down and appeared in almost all of the same footage as she did. Kelsey picked out a nice present for her boyfriend, paid for it at the register, told her mother that she would see her very soon, and hung up the phone. She exited the store at 7:07 p.m., hoping to make it to her boyfriend's house by 7:30 like they had planned. Since the target was only an 8-minute drive away from her boyfriend's home, he immediately became worried when 7:30 rolled around and she still hadn't arrived. Kelsey always let people know when she was running late. He called her and sent her texts, but got no reply. At about 8 p.m., he called up Kelsey's dad, Greg, who worked in law enforcement. Greg, in turn, called all of the local police stations and hospitals, and the search for Kelsey was underway almost immediately. About 4 hours later, Kelsey's car was found across the street from the target where she had last been seen. Her wallet and her purchases were inside, but there was no sign of the young woman anywhere. Detectives quickly began dusting the car for prints, and after eliminating those that belonged to her parents and her boyfriend, they were left with the prints of an unidentified person who didn't appear on their forensic database. As such, they got in contact with Verizon Wireless to pinpoint where Kelsey's phone had last pinged. That would give them a good idea of her last verifiable location. Verizon were less than helpful, and it took the company 4 days to comply with the detectives' requests. Eventually, they got on board with the investigation and were able to track Kelsey's phone during the time she went missing. They told the authorities to search 1.1 miles north of a particular cell phone tower. And just 45 minutes later, on June 6th, searchers discovered Kelsey's body near Longview Lake in Grandview, Missouri. She was covered in sticks arranged in the shape of a pentagram. Forensic experts confirmed that Kelsey had been strangled by her own belt, as well as raped. By all accounts, Kelsey Smith was a vivacious, vibrant, and lovely person. Having just graduated from Shawnee Mission West, she was preparing to go to K-State University and was eager to play clarinet in the marching band. But tragically, that future had just been taken from her. To try and identify Kelsey's killer, the investigators turned their attention to the target's CCTV cameras. One thing you may not be aware of is that Target actually has their own internal forensic services division, who have the capability to enhance their surveillance footage. As a result, they were able to provide the authorities with this clear recording of the perp's face and movements. The footage clearly showed the man pull up into the store's parking lot shortly before Kelsey arrived. It recorded him entering the store just after Kelsey and leaving just before her while she was paying for her gift. Outside, he quickly went to his truck to retrieve a firearm. After Kelsey left the store at 7:07 p.m., he waited for her to get to her vehicle and then ran up to her. He ordered her into her passenger side seat and subsequently drove off with her to the area where her body was later found, approximately 20 miles from the store. After taking her life at the remote second location, he drove her vehicle back to the target, left it there at 9:17 p.m., and drove away in his own truck. The authorities released this footage to the public, and in response, they received thousands of tips. 2 calls in particular proved to be the nail in the perp's coffin. One from his own co-worker, and the other from his neighbor. These calls led detectives to the house of a 26-year-old man named Edwin Hall, and it would soon become apparent that he was the man that had taken Kelsey's life. While at work, Edwin and one of his co-workers happened to be watching the news when images of the suspect's truck appeared on screen. This co-worker looked outside the window to Edwin's vehicle, looked back at him, and asked, "Hey, isn't that your truck?" Edwin had no answer to that. Instead, he got up, told his boss that he was feeling sick, and swiftly drove back to his home. When the police arrived, Edwin and his family were in the process of packing bags and getting ready to leave town. He was taken in for questioning and had his fingerprints taken, In Edwin's basement, investigators found a bizarre, ritualistic shrine, and on his MySpace page, he described his interests as eating small children. Given the shape of the sticks found over Kelsey's remains, some speculated that there may have been a ritualistic or sacrificial motive to the case, and the shrine found in Edwin's basement seemed to line up with that theory. During his interrogation, Edwin said that he was indeed at the target that fateful day, but claimed that he never approached or interacted with Kelsey in any way. He was then asked why his fingerprints were found on a seatbelt in Kelsey's car. Again, he had no answer for that. As it would turn out, Edwin had a history of violence as a juvenile. He had been adopted at the age of 7, but was returned to state custody at 15 after threatening his sister with a blade. He had also hit another young boy over the head with a baseball bat. In the end, Edwin struck a plea bargain to avoid the death penalty. He gave a full confession, saying that this had simply been a crime of opportunity, a case of Kelsey being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He saw Kelsey walk into the store alone, thought she had nice legs, followed her inside to make sure she wasn't meeting anybody, and then decided to snatch her in the heat of the moment. In his words, he thought she was 12. In exchange for that sickening confession, Edwin was sentenced to life behind bars without the possibility of parole. Once this case was closed, the Kelsey Smith Act was passed into law in most states. Cell phone companies are now required to ping a phone if asked to do so by the authorities, provided they have reason to believe a person's life is in mortal peril. Prior to Kelsey's demise, phone companies were under no obligation to assist with such matters. Here's a bizarre story that's stranger than fiction. On Christmas Eve of 1945, a fire broke out at the Sodder family household in Fayetteville, West Virginia. Inside the house were George and Jenny Sodder and 9 of their 10 children. The house itself was burned to a crisp, but both parents and 4 of their children were able to escape. The other 5 weren't so lucky. They were Maurice, 14, Martha Lee, 12, Louis, 10, Jenny Irene, 8, and Betty Dolly, 6. From what I just told you, you may be thinking that the 5 youngsters were consumed by the flames. But that's the thing. After the fire had burned out and the ruins were searched, none of their bodies could be found. George and Jenny believed that their 5 children must have escaped the house, but then had somehow simply vanished into thin air. But if so, where were they? Most people following the story assumed that the Sodder children's remains must have been totally destroyed by the fire and turned to ash, hence why they couldn't be found. That's despite the fact that many household appliances were found burned, but still fully recognizable. Their parents held out hope, however, and continued to believe that all 5 of them had somehow gotten out of the house and were then either taken captive or murdered. A far-fetched belief, you might say, but there were a few mysterious occurrences that happened both before and after the fire that gave their suspicions some credence. On the night the fire broke out, the mother, Jenny Sodder, answered a mysterious phone call at 12:30 a.m. On the other end of the line was a woman whose voice she didn't recognize. According to Jenny, the woman had a weird laugh and she could hear clinking glasses in the background. The woman asked to speak with someone who didn't live at the house. Jenny told her she must have the wrong number, to which the woman again laughed, quote, weirdly, before hanging up the phone. As Jenny made her way back to bed, she heard something loudly smash against the roof of their home, followed by a rolling sound. She froze for a moment, but hearing nothing else, brushed it off and went back to sleep. 30 minutes later, she and the rest of the family awoke to the smell of smoke filling their home. By that point, their staircase was already consumed by fire. George broke a window in the attic and climbed down the wall of the house to collect his ladder. Strangely, his ladder had been moved from where he had left it, and was found at the bottom of an embankment 75 feet away, hidden from view. He put up the ladder and helped his family escape, though terrifyingly couldn't find the 5 missing children anywhere in the house. All the others could do was watch as their home burned, since the fire department was too busy to help put out the flames until morning. When firefighters did arrive to examine the ruins, they said that the cause of the fire was faulty wiring. George wasn't buying that. He had just had the house rewired before the blaze, and the electrics were in perfect working order. As such, he instead believed that someone must have started the fire and was waiting to sweep up the children as they ran out. Bones belonging to a single individual were also found inside the charred remains of the home. But weirdly, after testing them, it was confirmed that they belonged to a person older than any of the missing Sodder children. In fact, they had been dug up from a nearby cemetery and had never been exposed to the fire. It's unclear how those bones came to be found in the house, though many assume they were planted. Sure that this wasn't a mere accident, and that the flames hadn't burned hot enough to utterly destroy their children, the Sodder parents put up these signs along State Route 16 in the 1950s, appealing for information about their missing offspring. In the years that followed, multiple alleged sightings of the lost children were reported, though unfortunately, they were never found, alive or dead. But who would hold such a grudge against the Sodder family to burn down their house and do who knows what to their children? Well, George himself was an Italian immigrant. He hated fascism and was an outspoken critic of Benito Mussolini. This had led to some heated arguments with other Italian immigrants, including members of the Sicilian mafia. Suspiciously, a life insurance salesman told George that his house would, quote, go up in smoke, and his children would be utterly destroyed for remarks he had made about Mussolini. Around that same time, George's elder sons noticed a strange vehicle parked along the main highway in their town, its occupants watching the younger Sodder children as they made their way to school. On the night of the fire, a passing bus driver also reported seeing people throwing, quote, balls of fire at the Sodder house. A green rubber object that resembled a napalm pineapple bomb was later found in the family's yard. So, could this whole incident have been revenge for George's outspokenness? If so, had the perpetrator also taken his anger out on the kids too? Here's the crazy part of the story though. In 1967, 22 years after the house fire, a now widowed Jenny Sodder went to check her mailbox. She found a letter addressed specifically to her. Inside that letter was a photograph. A photograph of a man who strongly resembled her missing 10-year-old son, Louis, now an adult in his early 30s. The back of the photo read, Louis Sodder, I love brother Frankie. Illil boys. A90132 or 35. In response, the family hired a private investigator to go to Central City, Kentucky, the place where the picture had been mailed from. The PI went out there, but then mysteriously disappeared himself. They never heard back from him again. The Sodder family added this new photo to their billboards, which stayed up until Jenny's death in 1989. Now Occam's razor tells us that the Sodder children must have simply burned up in the fire, and that their remains were utterly destroyed, or simply not found amongst the rubble. But there are so many unusual elements to this case that suggest something more nefarious may have happened, and that it wasn't a mere electrical malfunction that caused the blaze. Could this photo really be of Louis Sodder as a fully grown man? The features are extremely similar. They both have dark, curly hair, dark brown eyes, the same straight, strong nose, and the same upward tilt of the left eyebrow. But what did the cryptic message on the back of the picture mean? who had mailed them the photo in the first place. And if Lewis was really alive, why hadn't he tried to make contact with his family? Was he trying to protect them? If so, from who? Frustratingly, we don't know the answer to any of those questions, or tens of others for that matter, and given how long ago this all happened, we likely never will. The last of the 10 Sodder children, Sylvia Sodder, who was only 2 at the time of the fire and who made it out of the house, passed away in 2021. Until her dying day, she believed that her siblings hadn't perished in the flames. Many people who follow this case agree. Hack Forums is a website that describes itself as the ultimate security technology and social media forum. The platform, which has been around for decades now, is a place for self-professed hackers to connect and chat about mainframes, or whatever it is that hackers like to talk about. The forum has been the recipient of a lot of criticism over the years, with critics saying that the site enables and encourages online criminal activity. Those same critics point to people like Zachary Shames, a man who was arrested for selling keylogging software on the site, which allowed other users to steal personal information. Back in July of 2009, a new account was registered on Hack Forums, that of user Nokia2mon2. Within a short period of time, he became something of a site-wide celebrity, mainly because, whoever this guy was, he had plenty of cash to throw around. He made large donations to the site, did huge giveaways, and procured the services of many of the site's members, paying them to do online jobs for him, or giving them money to exchange for bitcoins. He endeared himself to the other members too, by donating funds to those with interesting and charitable ideas. Before long, Nokia2mon2 was arguably the most respected user on the close-knit forum. Where others bickered and argued with one another, everyone seemed to agree that Nokia was one of the good guys. Having gained the community's trust, it became easy for him to purchase things from the typically aloof user base. Obviously, on these kind of online platforms, where people are often acting outside the law, most users are wary of who they do business with, but pretty much everyone was willing to sell to Nokia. Between the years of 2009 and 2016, Nokia2mon2 made more than 500 posts on the site, most of which revolved around him buying the services of other hackers, and the details of the hacking activity he had commissioned, the platforms he had targeted and taken down, the social media accounts and videos he had deleted, the passwords to email accounts he had acquired, the manufactured engagement he had created on Twitter, YouTube and Facebook, things of that nature. This had all cost him thousands upon thousands of dollars, so it was clear to everyone on the forum that Nokia was a man of means. But where was all this money coming from, and who exactly was Nokia2mon2? Well, occasionally the online man of mystery would have a bit too much to drink, and would take to the forum to discuss his political views, and even once let slip that he was from Saudi Arabia. This got people theorizing about his identity. While some thought he was just a millionaire who disliked certain groups of people, others believed that he may have some stronger political ties. Most people didn't seem to mind who he was or where he got his money from though. He was just that popular guy that did loads of giveaways and gave plenty of other users jobs. And that generosity continued for years. That is, until one day in 2016, when, without telling a soul why, Nokia2mon2 disappeared from the site completely. It's unknown why exactly the man behind the account suddenly stopped visiting the site, but in the minds of many, it's because he feared accidentally revealing his true identity. But little did Nokia2mon2 realize, he already had. Despite being an active member on Hack Forum, Nokia2mon2 wasn't exactly a tech whiz. As it would turn out, he'd actually registered a number of websites under his real name in order to host botnets. Using the website who.is, several curious web sleuths were able to uncover his personal information, including his contact info, real name, and his social media accounts. One of these sites had metadata that linked him to the Nokia2mon2 account on Hack Forum. and so it was learned that Nokia 212, the prince of Hack Forum, did indeed have some royal links of his own. Nokia 212's real name was Saud al-Qahtani, a Saudi Arabian consultant and, at the time, royal court advisor to King Abdullah and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Not only that, Saud al-Qahtani was the head of the Saudi Rapid Intervention Force, a group whose role was to keep Saudi citizens in check and protect the integrity of the kingdom. Their modus operandi was simple. If someone was causing a lot of trouble, the SRAF would lure them to a luxury hotel, hold them captive, interrogate them, and force them to give up all of their assets or face the consequences. Those consequences involved electrocution, flogging, and lifelong imprisonment. Saud personally oversaw a large number of those operations. He was also present during the horrific torment of Lojane al-Hathrul, a women's rights activist who, unbelievably, thought females should be able to drive cars and shouldn't require male guardians. For 3 years, she and numerous other members of her group were beaten, shocked, mock drowned, forced to pleasure their guards, and were threatened daily with death. Saud himself had threatened to slaughter one of these activists and told them that he would dump their body into the sewers. As you can tell, Saud wasn't as kind-hearted as his online persona had many believing. Arguably the worst thing that Saud did occurred in 2018. On October 2nd of that year, a journalist for the Washington Post named Jamal Khashoggi went to the Saudi Arabian consulate in Istanbul to obtain marriage documents. Jamal had previously been very close to the Saudi royal family, but after questioning their views on certain subjects, was forced to flee to the USA. In America, he began writing articles about the dark side of his motherland. Saud had been in contact with Jamal since 2017. The outspoken Jamal considered Saud a person he could trust, a friend even. It's unclear whether Jamal had willingly told Saud that he would be going to the consulate that fateful day, or whether Saud had been using spyware to keep an eye on Jamal's phone activity, but suffice it to say, he knew that he'd be there. Surveillance cameras caught images of Jamal Khashoggi entering the consulate, but, strangely, they didn't capture any footage of him leaving the building. With no trace of the man anywhere, his concerned family contacted the authorities in Istanbul, and Jamal was declared a missing person. It would eventually come to light that while inside the consulate, Jamal Khashoggi had been intercepted by a group of Saudi hitmen. He was then slaughtered, dismembered, and removed from the building piece by piece by the men who had ended his life. Initially, the Saudi regime denied any involvement in Jamal's disappearance, and said that he had left the building alive and well. But, after mounting political pressure, they eventually conceded that Jamal was dead. It's strongly suspected that his demise had been ordered by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, though he of course denies any involvement. What we do know for certain though, is that Saud al-Qahtani, aka Nokia 212, was the ringleader and mastermind behind the hit. Phone records show that he and the Crown Prince had been in contact in the hours before and after Jamal's life was taken. According to Reuters, Saud had even called into the consulate via Skype while Jamal was still alive and being held captive. During the video call, he reportedly taunted Jamal before telling his hit squad to "bring me the head of the dog." To this day, Jamal's remains have never been located, and under the protection of the Crown Prince, Saud al-Qahtani has never faced legal repercussions for his role in the operation. It would later be revealed that shortly before Jamal's slaying, Saud had procured the tools used to hack into the phone of Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon and the owner of the Washington Post, the publication that Jamal worked for. His aim was to, quote, influence, if not silence, any negative reports related to the Saudi regime. This may have been how Saud knew that Jamal would be entering the consulate on October 2nd. It came as a shock to many users on Hack Forum that the kind and charitable Nokia 212 was actually a monster, and worse than that, many of them had unwittingly done jobs for him that may have caused some good people a lot of anguish. It just goes to show, when it comes to anonymous platforms on the internet, you never truly know who you're dealing with. Japan's famous for a lot of things. Amazing food, scenic landscapes, 8-day work weeks, but few things are more Japanese than vending machines. Sure, they're not exclusive to the country by any means, but an astonishing number of these contraptions line the country's streets, from the biggest city to the humblest little town. Personally, I was once caught in a blizzard on top of a mountain there, trapped in my friend's car for hours, awaiting rescue. And wouldn't you know, there just so happened to be a vending machine right outside the car that kept us fed and watered. It truly is the land of convenience. But, unfortunately, when a place has a good thing going, there's always someone out there who wants to ruin it. This is the story of the vending machine serial killer. April 1985, Fukuyama, Hiroshima. A 45-year-old man stopped by a vending machine to quench his thirst. Atop the machine, he found an unopened bottle of Oronomin C, a popular fizzy drink. After quickly inspecting the bottle, he considered it to be a freebie and took it home with him. There, he popped it open and enjoyed it. But that would turn out to be a fatal decision. The man soon began suffering from intense stomach cramps and was rushed to hospital. His vomit was examined, and doctors discovered that the man had somehow consumed paraquat, a toxic herbicide used by gardeners to kill weeds and unwanted plants. Consuming a mere drop of paraquat burns holes in the drinker's throat and invariably results in lung congestion and death. There's no antidote. It's an extremely painful way to go, and for this unfortunate 45-year-old truck driver, that's the way he went. He passed on May 2nd, his final days being nothing but agony. Now, you don't need to be a detective to work out how the paraquat got into the man's stomach. The Oronomin C. Somebody had injected the herbicide through the screw top. Most people at the time didn't realize that this had been an intentional murder though, and in the minds of many, including the authorities, the man's death was simply a one-off. Perhaps he had ingested the paraquat deliberately, a dramatic way to end his own existence. In Japan, that wasn't unheard of. And so, for the rest of the country, vending machines were nothing to be afraid of. But that all changed 5 months later, in September. On the 11th of that month, a 52-year-old man purchased a bottle of Oronomin C in Izumisano. As he bent down to collect his drink, he found a second bottle lying in the dispenser. He gathered up both bottles and drank them, and, as you can guess, perished 3 days later. Paraquat was again found in his system and inside one of the bottles. He had just fallen victim to the same death trap as the truck driver 5 months prior. The incident back in April had, in all likelihood, been nothing more than a test run for the killer, and now that they knew their methodology worked, they were about to up the ante. At this point, you may be wondering why both of these men would drink from seemingly abandoned bottles. Well, it's not actually as weird as it sounds. At the time, Oronomin C happened to be running a campaign. For every bottle of their drink purchased at a vending machine, there was a chance that an extra bottle would be dispensed for free. The odds of winning an extra beverage were actually quite high. As Theosphere noted in their excellent write-up of this case over on the Unsolved Mysteries subreddit, there was a widespread pay-it-forward culture in Japan at the time, and so it wasn't uncommon to visit a vending machine and find that some generous soul had left his or her extra bottle behind for the next passerby. Unfortunately, the killer was aware of this, and that September he took advantage of his fellow countrymen's trusting nature. On the 12th of September, just 1 day after the second victim had consumed his fatal beverage, a 22-year-old male in Matsusaka purchased a bottle of Real Gold, another popular soft drink, and found a second bottle in the dispenser. Little did he realize that this second bottle had been poisoned, this time with diquat, another toxic herbicide. He perished 2 days later. On the 19th, a 30-year-old male in Echizen found an unattended bottle of soda at a vending machine and drank it. He died 3 days later. A 45-year-old man in Miyakonojo also died that same day after drinking an abandoned bottle of real gold which he had found in a vending dispenser. A 50-year-old male perished in early October after drinking from a bottle of Oronomin C which he had found in a machine in Habikino. 4 more men also died in October after ingesting paraquat poisoned drinks. Soon, the similarity between all of these cases caught the media's attention, and people began avoiding vending machines altogether. The slayings finally came to an end in November, but not before 2 final victims lost their lives. This time, a 48-year-old man in Saitama and a 17-year-old girl in the Kodama district. She was the only female victim of the vending machine killer. The government began placing warning signs on every vending machine throughout the country, telling people not to drink from left-behind beverages. The manufacturers of Oronomin C replaced their bottle screw caps with pull tabs, and the general public were now much more weary about the dangers of abandoned consumables. Either as a result of greater public awareness, or for an entirely different reason altogether, the poisonings came to an abrupt stop after the first female victim perished. During their investigation, the detectives first had to confirm that all of the poisonings had been the work of one individual. As mentioned, all of the victims had been killed by drinks laced with paraquat. That is, all but one of them, the third victim, who had been poisoned with diquat. That was the only discrepancy in the perp's modus operandi. Otherwise, the killer's work was remarkably consistent. Too consistent not to be the work of one person. For example, the perp had only ever left poisoned bottles in quiet areas with no CCTV cameras. He had left them at machines dotted all over the map, and clearly had no connection to the people whose lives he was taking. He had never been seen by any witnesses leaving his deadly concoctions behind. He had never once tried to contact the police to brag about his actions, and hadn't left behind any notes to taunt the families of the victims or to make any demands. He had never left behind any DNA evidence for the forensic teams to analyze, and he ended his rampage early before getting carried away, and never struck again. To put it simply, he had been extremely thorough, and had made the investigative team's work almost impossible. There was absolutely nothing to link anyone to the poisonings, and, as such, the identity of the vending machine killer remains a mystery to this very day. Their motive for slaying so many random innocents remains just as unclear. Many have theorized that the man behind the vending machine slayings wasn't actually a man at all, but a woman who specifically targeted men. The fact that 11 of the 12 victims were male surely can't be a coincidence. Oronomin C was specifically marketed towards a male consumer, and most of the vending machines that the killer struck were in so-called salaryman areas, near offices that had mostly male workers. The fact that the poisonings abruptly stopped after a female died could also be significant. The perp may have felt that they had made a mistake and decided to stop before accidentally taking the life of another woman. Still, that's just one hypothesis. Others have suggested that the perp may have actually been a student on university break. That could explain how they had time to travel the length and breadth of the country, and why the killing stopped around the time that university students went back to school. Ultimately, we don't know who was behind the slayings, and seeing how the statute of limitations ran out on this case back in 2000, we almost certainly never will. But, in all likelihood, the perpetrator is still out there, roaming the vending machine-lined streets of Japan, and you can't help but wonder what they feel every time they pass by one. Is it guilt or satisfaction? This next entry has come to be known as the Taiwanese Elisa Lam case, and for the past 14 years has been the subject of a huge amount of speculation throughout the Chinese-speaking world. In 2008, a 37-year-old woman, known only as Liu, went missing in Taiwan along with her 4-year-old daughter. They were both last seen at the Yuanlin Financial Building in Zhanghua, where they were caught on CCTV entering an elevator. After these images were captured, neither Liu nor her daughter were ever seen or heard from again. To this day, it's unknown what happened to either of them. According to the building manager, Liu was acting very strangely when she entered the building that evening. When the manager asked her what she was up to, Liu told him that she was looking for a friend, at which point she quickly rushed into the elevator before he could ask her any more questions. Inside the elevator, Liu and her daughter discarded their shoes and red jackets and left them on the ground. As soon as the doors opened on the 11th floor, Liu picked up her daughter and sprinted down the hallway out of the camera's view. The manager watched all of this unfold on the downstairs monitor and quickly called the authorities, fearing that Liu was about to jump from the roof with her daughter. Removing one's shoes is a relatively common practice for jumpers planning to end their lives in Taiwan. It's done so that they don't track dirt into the afterlife. That, and so that loose footwear doesn't fly off while you're falling and strike an innocent bystander. The removal of the red jackets was also a worrying sign. Red is a very symbolic colour in Taiwan, and those who die while wearing red clothes are said to return as vengeful spirits. It was almost as if Liu was preparing herself and her child for a peaceful transition into their next lives. The police quickly arrived, examined the footage, and agreed that the woman's irrational behaviour suggested she was about to end her life. Thing is, they searched the entire perimeter of the building and didn't find the woman's body, nor the body of her daughter. Dozens of officers scoured the inside of the complex too, including the building's rooftop, but they found absolutely no trace of either missing person. They went door to door and asked if anyone had seen anything. They even checked the water tanks and the building's pipes. Nothing. It was as if the pair of them had fallen off the face of the earth. In hopes of uncovering Liu's true identity, these images were released to the public. A few days later, Liu's ex-husband came forward and told the authorities that Liu had been raising their daughter alone. Now with the woman's identity revealed, investigators had a lot more to work with. They found Miss Liu's moped a few days later, parked a short distance from the Yuanlin Financial Building. That was about the last significant piece of evidence they ever found. After 10 years with no new developments, the search for both Liu and her missing daughter was called off. In all the years since they disappeared, Miss Liu never once used her national health card, and her daughter was never registered to any schools, strongly suggesting that whatever happened to them, neither of them are alive. But what do you think? Why was Liu acting so strangely that night, and why have neither of them ever been found? How did they escape the building without being detected? Where did they go next? And what, ultimately, became of them? The year was 1981. Glenna, or as she preferred to be called, Sue Sharp, was a 36-year-old single mother. She and her 5 children, John, Sheila, Tina, Rick and Greg, all lived together in the tiny, rundown town of Keddie, California. Their house, known as Cabin Number 28, was situated in the forested Sierra Nevada resort, and was just as old and dilapidated as the town itself. Still, for a single woman with 5 other mouths to feed, it was cheap. It was also close to her brother's house, and far from her mean ex-husband, James. Despite the questionable condition of the cabin itself, the family seemed to enjoy living there. It was far larger than their previous home, and there was woodland throughout the resort for the youngsters to explore and play in. There were also plenty of other people living at the resort to socialize with. Despite the forest surrounding them, this was far from the middle of nowhere. The Sharp family were now, seemingly, the happiest they had been in a long, long time. But in a cruel twist of fate, their newfound happy home was about to become the setting of utter carnage. April 11th was a Saturday, and for the Sharps, that meant hanging out with their newfound friends at the resort. John was with his good friend, Dana Wingate, in Quincy, the next town over. Sheila and Tina were next door at a neighbor's cabin. Sue herself was at home, watching over her two youngest sons, Rick and Greg, as well as one of their friends, Justin Smart, a boy who was staying for a sleepover. This was just like any other Saturday, with nothing odd or noteworthy happening throughout the morning and afternoon. At 8:30 p.m, Greg went to bed, followed by Tina at 9:30. Rick and Justin stayed up until 10, watching TV with Sue in the living room. Sue herself stayed lying on the sofa, waiting for her eldest child, John, to return home with Dana. As for Sheila, she had decided to stay the night at the cabin next door. The following morning, at about 8 a.m, Sheila left the neighbor's cabin and made her way back to her family's. She opened the door to cabin 28 and was instantly met with a scene that doesn't bear thinking about. Lying face up in the living room, covered in blood and deep punctures, was her elder brother, John. His friend, Dana, lay face down beside him. In the same room, wrapped up in a yellow blanket, was her mother, Sue. All of them had their hands and ankles bound with medical tape and electrical cords, and none of them were breathing. As you can imagine, after stepping into that nightmare, Sheila immediately ran back out the front door and straight to her neighbor's cabin, screaming and crying for help. The neighbors contacted the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. While they waited for the officers and ambulances to arrive, Sheila and her neighbors went back to cabin 28. They peered in through a window, and, strangely, Rick, Greg, and Justin were all still fast asleep in their beds, alive and well. They had apparently slept through the entire incident. They pulled the youngsters through said window so that they wouldn't see the three bodies just outside their room. They then checked through the rest of the house, looking for Tina. Tina was nowhere to be found. She had been taken. Whoever had done this, whoever had taken her, they had left the back door unlocked. On the floor next to John was one of the instruments used in the slayings. A steak knife, its blade bent about 30 degrees. A second blade, as well as a hammer, were also found on a small table. In total, 5 officers arrived to examine the cabin. None of them had experience with preserving a crime scene of this nature, and only after all 5 of them had gone through the house did they start taking photos and documenting evidence. Their incompetence would have huge ramifications on the future of this investigation, not least because they failed to report Tina missing for several hours. During that time, the remains of Sue, John, and Dana were examined in depth. John was closest to the door. The right side of his throat had been slashed, and he had been struck in the right side of his head with a hammer. His hands were bound with a white cloth and tape, and his ankles with an extension cord, the other end of which was knotted around Dana's ankles. Dana too had been struck with a hammer and had also been shallowly stabbed, but ultimately he had been strangled. A much wider tape was used to secure Dana's hands, meaning 2 different rolls of tape had been used, indicative of there being more than one perp. The hammer used against Dana also wasn't the one found at the scene. As for Sue, she had been stabbed in the chest and through the neck, the blade hitting her spine. A narrower tape had been loosely wrapped around her hands and ankles, with 3 separate cords tightly wrapped around the tape. Her trousers had been pulled down, and she had been gagged with her own underwear. The blanket and sheet covering her had been taken from Tina's bedroom. Splatter on the living room walls and ceiling suggested that the massacre had all taken place in that very room, all while Rick, Greg, and Justin slept soundly just a few feet away. It's hard to believe they didn't wake up while all that was happening in the same cabin as them, especially since the home was so small and the walls so thin. Following this preliminary search of the cabin, a more thorough investigation began. Curiously, there was no sign of a forced entry, and a footprint by the back door suggested that's how the perps entered the cabin, though it's unclear whether Sue left the door unlocked or whether she had willingly let the attackers in. The curtains had been closed to stop any neighbours from looking inside, and the phone line had been severed. There were blade marks on several walls inside the house, and fingerprints were discovered on the inside of a doorframe and on a railing. Pools of blood all over the living room floor and on the bottom of Sue's feet indicated that the perps had moved their victims around while they were still breathing. Next, the neighbours were questioned, and some interesting information came to light. A couple living in cabin 16 reported hearing muffled screams at around 1:15 a.m. Several other neighbours claimed to have heard a dog barking near cabin 28 that night, and that the Sharps' porch light suddenly turned on at 4 a.m. A few others noted the presence of an unfamiliar green van parked just outside cabin 28 at about 9 p.m. The local cats were also said to be acting very strangely that night, pacing around as if they sensed something was wrong. Those were all useful tidbits, sure, but what really stood out to the investigators during their questioning were the clues provided to them by Martin Smart, the father of Justin, who was sleeping over at cabin 28 the night of the incident. According to officers, Martin kept on feeding them an endless stream of clues, which they thought may have been a way for him to throw suspicion off himself. The most curious thing that Martin told them was that his claw hammer had gone missing from his toolbox. It seemed weird that he would bring that up out of the blue, especially since the cops hadn't yet told the public that a hammer was used by the perps, nor that one was missing from the scene. Despite Martin's suspicious tips, it was ironically his own son, Justin, who gave the authorities the most insightful evidence. The 12-year-old, no doubt confused and shocked by the events of that night, had originally told detectives that he had slept through the entire incident, just like Rick and Greg had. On various other occasions, though, he claimed to have heard the incident taking place in the other room, and other times even said that he had witnessed it. Obviously, he was young, so it's easy to understand how his mind may have been playing tricks on him, especially after experiencing something like that. Justin agreed to be hypnotized to help him recall his true memories from that night, after which he was able to give detectives a precise description of the events which he had witnessed. According to Justin, he was awoken at an unknown time by loud noises coming from the living room. He peeked through the door and saw two men he didn't recognize talking with Sue. One had greased back, black hair with a moustache and stood around average height. The other had long, blonde hair, was clean-shaven, and was taller than average. Both were in their late 20s or early 30s, and, curiously, both of them wore sunglasses with golden frames and mirrored lenses. The situation was clearly tense, though Justin couldn't work out what they were talking about. That's when John and Dana came home through the front door. An argument immediately erupted between them and the two unknown men, and things quickly escalated. Young Tina came out to see what was happening, at which point one of the unknown men picked her up and walked out the back door with her. That's where Justin's memories of that night ended. Based on his descriptions, the authorities had these two composite sketches of the perps drawn up. Despite the authorities having access to the FBI's top artists, they instead approached an artist who had no experience in forensic sketching and asked him to draw these up instead. It's unclear why they made that decision. For the next 3 years, the authorities searched high and low for Tina, but turned up nothing. That is, until April 22nd, 1984, 3 years and 11 days after the cabin massacre. A man was out in the woods of Camp 18 in Butte County, a 2.5-hour drive from Keddie. While searching for bottles, he came upon an unusual-looking object nestled in the leaves and dirt. He took a closer look at the thing and soon realized what it was. The cranium of a human skull. Next to it was part of a mandible. This discovery was made public, after which the Butte County Sheriff's Office received a chilling phone call. On the other end of the line, an anonymous person told them they had just found the bones of Tina Sharp. Soon after, the remains were tested. The caller had been telling the truth. These were indeed Tina's remains. With this discovery, interest in the case was reignited. Unfortunately, that interest resulted in nothing more than a swirl of unsubstantiated rumors and theories. Theories like the Sharps had been slain as part of a cult ritual. That's to say, this massive development didn't actually result in any new, promising leads. That's essentially where this case hit a dead end. In the 41 years since the terrible incident at Cabin 28, neither of those two perps have been brought to justice. That being said, there are two major suspects. The aforementioned Martin Sharp and his friend and roommate, Bo Bobidi. As mentioned, Martin lived next to the Sharp family, and his son Justin was staying over at their cabin on the night of the murders. That night, Martin had gone over to Sue's place, along with his wife, Marilyn, and the other suspect, Bo Bobidi. They invited Sue to join them at a local bar. She turned down their offer, and the trio went off without her. They didn't stay long at that bar though, since Martin hated the rock music they were playing. They returned home, and Marilyn went to bed at 11 PM. Just before she went upstairs though, Martin and Bo strangely told her that they were going back to the bar they had just left. They then returned home again an hour later, around midnight. At 2 AM, Marilyn awoke to find Martin and Bo burning some unknown objects in the wood stove and talking about John Sharp. That's suspicious to say the least. But let's say they were responsible. What would have been their motive for taking 4 lives? Well, according to Marilyn, her husband Martin, quote, hated Johnny Sharp with a passion. Bo, too, was no fan of John's. They'd had a run-in where John called Bo a punk to his face. Bo had also made a pass at Sue on the night of the incident, but she had turned him down, which allegedly enraged him. Both Martin and Bo were known for having mean tempers. For example, Martin was known to be violent towards his wife. When Marilyn confided in Sue about this, Martin became extremely angry, and he may have wanted her gone simply for knowing that information. As for Bo, he was a known lowlife, had a long criminal record which included robberies and break-ins, and had even done hits for the Chicago Outfit Mafia, an organization he had close ties with. It's also worth noting that after they officially became suspects, both Martin and Bo disappeared from California for a while. Martin fled to Reno, and, while there, sent his wife Marilyn a letter that ended thusly. I've paid the price for your love, and now that I've bought it with 4 people's lives, you tell me we're through? Great. What else do you want? Bizarrely, the police didn't think that this letter was worth looking into, and failed to document it as a piece of evidence. That's extremely suspicious. I mean, it's basically a signed confession. You could argue that the 4 lives Martin was referring to were his 4 children from a previous marriage, but personally, I'm not buying that. But what about the wording of the letter? I've paid the price for your love and bought it with 4 lives. It almost sounds as if he carried out the massacre for Marilyn. There are unconfirmed reports that Sue and Martin were having an affair behind Marilyn's back. Perhaps then, Marilyn found out about their entanglement and, under threat of divorce, had Martin take care of business for her. That's just speculation though. On top of the letter, Martin confessed to his counselor that he had indeed killed Sue and Tina, but flat out denied having anything to do with the slayings of John or Dana. Many people, including Marilyn Smart, believe that Martin and Bo were the ones responsible for taking Sue, John, and Dana's lives. Yet, despite all the evidence against them, the authorities never felt like it was strong enough to charge either man. According to Sheriff Doug Thomas, Martin had voluntarily taken a polygraph test and passed with flying colours, which, apparently, proved he was innocent. But I think we all know how unreliable those tests can be. When Martin and Bo were brought in for questioning, the sheriff also made sure that they were interviewed together rather than separately, basically breaking the first rule of the interrogation handbook. It would later come to light that Sheriff Thomas was a close personal friend of Martin's, and may have even told him to skip town after he and Bo became suspects. Unless Martin was intentionally trying to insert himself into the case for the thrill of it, I'd say it's pretty obvious he was responsible. One plausible timeline of events goes like this. In the daytime, Martin sent his son, Justin, to stay over at Cabin 28 to give the illusion that he wasn't involved in any way. At 9 PM, when Martin, Bo and Marilyn went to invite Sue out, the two men were actually casing the cabin to see who was home. At 11 PM, when they claimed to be going back to the bar, they both actually snuck over to Sue's place, but were surprised by the appearance of John and Dana. The two lads had tempers of their own, so things quickly got out of hand when they tried to defend Sue. Martin and Bo overpowered them and ended their lives. They also took care of Tina, who had witnessed the whole thing, hid her nearby, and later dumped her at Camp 18. At 2 AM, they were actually burning evidence of their crime in the wood stove. Again, that's all speculative. Bo passed back in 1988, though some believe his mob connections helped him fake his own death. Martin passed away in June of 2000. In 2016, the claw hammer that was missing from the scene was found at the bottom of a pond in Keddie. It matched the description of the one that had disappeared from Martin's toolbox. That same year, new, more trustworthy detectives said that they were looking into 6 unnamed suspects who were still alive and who hadn't been properly examined at the time. The most recent development occurred in 2018, when authorities announced that they had recovered DNA from a piece of the medical tape. They said that the DNA matched with a still living suspect, but didn't disclose their name. Despite that huge finding, there have been no new developments or updates in the past 4 years. That may mean that the DNA belonged to an innocent person, or that the tape had been mishandled by officers while stored in evidence. That, or Martin and Bo actually had a third accomplice, one who was still alive in 2018. Perhaps Marilyn? She passed in 2020. There is actually another suspect in this case, that being Sheila Sharp, Sue's own daughter, who spent the night at the neighbouring cabin. I hesitated about adding this to the script, since I don't want to cast suspicion on a family member of the victims, but the author of Keddie28.com has put forward an argument about their possible involvement, which has gained a lot of attention, so I'll go over that here now. But let me be clear that this is just one person's theory, and not my own. According to the author, Sheila wasn't very fond of her mother, Sue. As he states, we do know for a fact that just 2 short months before the incident, at the age of just 13, Sheila actually gave birth to her own daughter. It's believed that the father was a young man named Richard Meeks, the son of Marilyn Smart's friend. According to Keddie28's author, Sheila viewed her new daughter as an opportunity to escape her own family and join the Meeks household. However, against Sheila's will, her mother Sue put the baby up for adoption. This angered both Sheila and the Meeks family, who then conspired to have Sue killed. Since Sue was supposedly having an affair with Marilyn's husband, Martin, she too wanted Sue gone. Marilyn, Sheila, and the Meeks then came together and hatched a devious plan. Sheila would convince her neighbours at Cabin 27 to let her stay the night, despite never having slept there before, while also making sure to switch off the lights around her own cabin and leaving the door unlocked. Martin, Bo, and Marilyn were then free to enter the cabin and end Sue's life. What they didn't plan on was being interrupted by John, Dana, and Tina. As a result, they had to be taken care of too. Again, this is just one theory, but I thought it was worth mentioning. Personally, I don't think Sheila had anything to do with what happened to her family, and that she was just extremely lucky to be staying at Cabin 27 that fateful night, rather than Cabin 28. But I think we can all agree that Martin and Bo were most certainly involved, and that they never faced justice for their actions. I don't think we can brush that off as just being the result of police incompetence either. I think it's something much more sinister than that. 1 or 2 mistakes is incompetence, but the amount of times the original officers on this case screwed up and ignored vital evidence, well, I'm all but certain their incompetence was intentional. Either Martin's good friendship with Sheriff Thomas got them off the hook, or Bo's connections in the Chicago mob were able to dissuade or buy off the authorities. But what do you think? Could a corrupt sheriff's department, and perhaps even the feds, have tried to protect the culprits and cover things up? Was there more going on beneath the surface in this case that we simply don't know about? All I know is that this is one of the most riveting and dark rabbit holes I've dug around in for a while. We can only hope that one day, the 4 victims, whose lives were all cut far too short, can have their killers' identities officially confirmed. Until that official confirmation, this case will remain unofficially solved. Andrew McCauley was known for being an adventurous, competitive spirit. The young Australian was an avid mountaineer and sea kayaker who liked to push himself to his mental and physical limits and really put his abilities to the test. He scaled some of the highest peaks in Australia, New Zealand, Pakistan and Patagonia, taking risky, exploratory routes. He made the first non-stop kayak trip across the Bass Strait and had even paddled 800 kilometers within the Antarctic Circle. For all of his daring antics, Andrew was named as the Australian Geographic Society's Adventurer of the Year in 2005. By that point, Andrew had effectively conquered all of the most difficult kayaking routes throughout Oceania. All of them, that is, except for one. In 2006, Andrew set himself a new challenge. He was going to cross the Tasman Sea in a standard one-man kayak, completely alone and unaided. In his mind, that journey was his white whale, the one he had to conquer. He knew just how difficult the voyage would be. To make the 994-mile journey, he'd need to spend about a month at sea, survive on little food and sleep, and face the most extreme elements. But Andrew wasn't one to shy away from a test of endurance. After months of planning, Andrew set off in December of 2006, but his first attempt to cross the Tasman Sea ended after just one night. He was having trouble keeping warm in the cockpit of his kayak, and he quickly realized that life on the ocean was going to be much more hostile than he had anticipated. Andrew was rescued and immediately went back to the drawing board. On January 11th, 2007, he set off on his second attempt, this time fully prepared to deal with the intense temperatures and conditions that he'd be facing. Or at least, he thought he was. All of Andrew's adventurous predecessors who had attempted to cross the Tasman Sea had done so in elaborate, custom-built kayaks designed to withstand storms and freezing weather. But as mentioned, Andrew wanted to make the journey in a standard kayak. Just one man, his simple vehicle, and the ocean. All he had to defend himself against the harsh elements was a removable, homemade, fiberglass capsule that sat on top of his cockpit. This capsule, which he named Casper, was fitted with an air-only ventilator and self-righting capabilities, meaning that should his kayak capsize in the middle of the night, which it almost certainly would in stormy conditions, it would automatically flip itself back upright. For the first 2/3 of his voyage, that wasn't so much of a problem. During that time, Andrew regularly radioed in with his wife and son back in Australia and told them that he was doing very well, that weather conditions were good, and that he had enough supplies to make the journey. But as Andrew got closer to New Zealand, the conditions outside his kayak became much harder to deal with. 30-foot waves began slamming into his vessel day and night, and on February 9th, Andrew made a distress call in which he said, quote, "Do you copy? This is Kayak 1. Do you copy? Over. I've got an emergency situation. I'm in a kayak about 30 kilometers from Milford Sound. I need a rescue. My kayak's sinking. Fell off into the sea and I'm going down." On February 12th, 1 month after setting off on his journey, Andrew's partly flooded kayak was found floating about 30 nautical miles from his final destination. But both Andrew and his protective yellow dome were missing. Casper had failed him. The way it had been fitted meant that whenever Andrew's kayak capsized, it wouldn't self-roll back into an upright position. Instead, Andrew would have to crawl out of the kayak and perform a self-rescue by manually flipping his vessel. It's theorized that Casper must have become detached after being struck by a particularly strong wave. With no protection and no way to auto-flip the kayak, it was just a matter of time before the Tasman Sea claimed Andrew. A single memory stick was found inside Andrew's camera, which was still inside the kayak. Andrew had taken a number of photos documenting his entire journey. The photos near the end of the stick shed light on just how dire Andrew's situation really was. This was the final photo he took. To this day, Andrew's remains have never been found. Located on Japan's Shikoku Island, Tokushima Prefecture is a popular getaway spot for hikers and nature lovers. The entire prefecture has a population of just 750,000 people, making it one of the least populated areas of the entire country. But back in 1989, this quiet and peaceful part of Japan was the setting of one of its darkest unsolved mysteries. On March 6th of that year, 4-year-old Shinya Matsuoka arrived in the town of Sadamitsu, Tokushima, with his parents and 2 siblings. The Matsuoka family had travelled all the way from Ibaraki to attend the funeral of Shinya's maternal grandmother, which was to take place the following day. They stayed at a relative's house just outside the town in the mountains. On the morning of the 7th, at around 8 AM, Shinya, his father Masanobu, and his 2-year-old brother all went for a walk around the local neighbourhood, which consisted of a few residential houses lining a road that led down into the main town. They didn't cross paths with many other people, other than a few field workers. After 10 minutes or so, the father, Masanobu, suggested they all head back, but Shinya was adamant that he wanted to walk for a bit longer. Masanobu said sure, but first they had to drop Shinya's brother back at the accommodation. The trio walked back to their relative's home. Leading up to the house was a 10-meter-long staircase. Masanobu carried Shinya's brother all the way to the top, with Shinya making his way up behind them. As Masanobu reached the entrance, he claims that he turned to see Shinya very close behind him at the top of the stairs. Masanobu stepped into the home and handed Shinya's 2-year-old brother over to his wife, something that took 20 seconds at most. It was at that point that Masanobu turned around and noticed that Shinya hadn't followed him into the house. He stepped onto the porch outside, and, to his horror, Shinya was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't on the stairs leading up to the house. He wasn't standing on the street below. In a matter of seconds, he had vanished into thin air. But that was impossible. Shinya had been right behind him. He'd seen him make it to the top of the stairs just moments prior. Masanobu only had his back turned for a few seconds at most. The whole family searched the entire property, both inside and out, but no trace of Shinya could be found anywhere. Within no time, a thorough search of the surrounding mountains was underway, with firefighters and police officers combing every square inch of the neighbourhood. This search would continue for 3 months straight, but Shinya would never be found. At first, the authorities strongly believed that Shinya had wandered off by himself and gotten lost. The facts did all seem to suggest that was the case. After all, the area was quite remote, and the house the family were staying at was located at the end of the street. There was no reason for anyone who didn't live there to be there. Nobody outside the neighbourhood knew the Matsuoka family was staying there either. The field workers, who were only 100 meters away from the scene of the incident, hadn't seen or heard any strange vehicles pass by when the boy disappeared. neither Shinya's father nor mother heard a peep from the boy when he vanished. So even if some opportunist happened to be hiding in the bushes, it just wasn't plausible that he or she could snatch the boy up and make him disappear so stealthily in such a short space of time. But Shinya was a smart lad. He knew his parents' phone numbers by heart, and could even recite the address of the relative's house they were staying at. If he had wandered off and gotten lost, surely he could have found his way back, or asked someone for help. And though their relative's house was outside the main town, it wasn't like it was miles from civilization. There were still people living nearby, particularly to the east of where the family was staying. Was it possible that someone living there had taken Shinya? Chillingly, the night before he disappeared, a worried-looking Shinya ran up to his parents whilst inside the relative's house, and said, "He's looking for me. He's gonna find me." It's unclear whether that was just the imaginative ramblings of a child, or whether Shinya had actually seen someone outside his window that night. Now, here's where the plot really thickens. On March 16th, 9 days after Shinya went missing, the Matsuoka family received a mysterious phone call at their relative's house. Shinya's father, Masanobu, answered it. A female voice on the other end of the line asked him, "Is your wife there?" Masanobu passed the phone to his wife. "I am Mariko Nakahara's mother," the voice said. "My child is in Group Moon of the Seikei Kindergarten." Shinya's mother immediately recognized the name of the school. It's where Shinya's sister went to kindergarten, back in Ibaraki. But that was odd, she thought, since the woman on the other end of the line spoke with a distinct Tokushima accent. "We've all put together some money to support you. Where should we send it to? Are you returning home soon?" Shinya's mother told the woman that the family were returning to Ibaraki the following day. The family did return home, but they didn't hear back from the woman about the money. Shinya's mother felt uncomfortable calling up the school to ask about it, but after some time, she decided that she better make an inquiry. She phoned up the kindergarten and asked what the situation was with regards to the condolence fund. The principal of the school was confused to say the least, and told Shinya's mother that no such money had been collected that they knew about. Shinya's mother said there must be some kind of mistake, that Mariko Nakahara's mother had collected some money to help support them. "I'm sorry," replied the principal, "but no girl named Mariko Nakahara goes to school here." That's when it dawned on Shinya's mother. How on earth would one of the other mothers at the school have gotten a hold of her relative's phone number? That didn't make any sense at all. But whoever the mystery caller was, they knew that number. They knew the name of that kindergarten back in Ibaraki, and they spoke with that distinct Tokushima accent. Had Shinya's mother actually been speaking with the person who had taken her son? After learning that the condolence fund didn't exist, she immediately told her husband, Masanobu. His first instinct was that the mystery caller was the person holding their son captive. Thankfully, he had actually set up a recording device on the house's phone after Shinya vanished, and the call made by the mystery woman had been recorded onto a cassette. He contacted the authorities and gave them the only recording of the conversation. Suspiciously, the police never bothered to investigate who had made the call, and somehow lost the recording that Masanobu had given them. To this day, we still don't know who made that bizarre phone call, or why. In the years that followed, numerous reported sightings of Shinya were made to the authorities. In May of 1989, just 2 months after the boy went missing, a man was seen walking with a child who bore a strong resemblance to Shinya on a beach in Tokushima. When the witness tried to get a good look at the boy's face, the man turned him away and rushed the boy into a waiting white vehicle. The beach where this sighting occurred is an area where North Korean ships are known to pass. In 1990, 2 alleged sightings of the boy were reported. One came from a housewife who was certain that she had seen Shinya in Tokushima City. The other came from a man in Yamagata who believed that he had seen Shinya outside a shopping mall. The father, Masanobu, who had quit his job to search for his missing son, personally investigated both of these leads and handed out missing person flyers to people at both locations. Locals outside the mall in Yamagata confirmed that they had in fact seen the boy with an unidentified man. In 1995, an elderly man in Hokkaido disturbingly reported that he knew someone who had, quote, received a boy named Shinya as a gift. In 1997, a woman met a young boy who strongly resembled Shinya at a train station in Yokohama. The boy had marks on his wrists and looked sickly and unwell. He told the woman that he was being poorly treated by an older man. She gave the boy her number and told him to call her if he ever needed help. The boy called her just once after that, but she was unable to find out where he was living. Finally, in 1998, a cashier in Chugoku reported seeing a boy with marks on his wrists shopping with what looked like a typical Yakuza type. The Yakuza appeared to be keeping a close eye on the boy, who strongly resembled the missing poster of Shinya. The cashier told his boss about the situation, and they both went to get a good look at the boy. But by that point, he and the Yakuza were already gone. None of these supposed sightings led to any new breakthroughs. Unfortunately, for the past 33 years, Shinya Matsuoka's whereabouts and well-being remain a mystery, as do the circumstances surrounding his vanishing. Perhaps the boy's curious nature got the better of him. Perhaps he somehow ran off in the space of 20 seconds, and his remains have been lost in the steep Tokushima mountains for the past 3 decades. Perhaps someone had been watching him from afar that morning, and somehow swept him up in the short space of time his father's back was turned. A sick neighbor, or a local worker. Or perhaps it's a mix of both. The boy walked off by himself, only to run into the wrong person. The first theory makes the most sense logically. After all, nobody saw or heard anything or anyone suspicious when the boy disappeared, and Masanobu may have had his back turned for longer than 20 seconds like he claimed. But given the mysterious phone call to Shinya's mother, and all the sightings that were reported in the subsequent years, it's hard to rule out foul play. Unfortunately, whatever did happen to Shinya, the outcome was either death or a fate worse than it. In 2018, it seemed as if a miracle had occurred. A man named Ryuto Wada appeared on national television, claiming to be Shinya Matsuoka, the boy who had vanished so many years before. He was the correct age, and looked just like the missing lad. Shinya's parents were filled with hope that their son was alive and well, and that they were about to be reunited with him 3 decades after he had been taken from them. But, alas, a DNA test confirmed that this was just a cruel hoax. And, to this day, the Matsuoka family are still searching for the truth about their son's fate. Today's first cold case takes place in the appropriately called Alberta, Canada. The year was 2010. 20-year-old Amber Tukaro was a single mother and a member of the Misaku Cree First Nation. She lived in Fort McMurray with her 14-month-old son, Jacob, whom she struggled to support financially. The two of them would bounce between staying with Amber's mother and various women's shelters in the city. In fact, it was at the Unity House shelter that Amber met another woman named Evangeline. Despite only knowing each other for 2 weeks, Amber and Evangeline agreed to go on a trip together, and on August 17th, the two of them and Jacob caught a 1-hour flight to the province's capital, Edmonton. After their plane landed, the trio checked in to the Nisku Place Motel, a cheap rest stop across the road from the airport, but a fair distance from the city itself, about 27 kilometers south. The following day, at approximately 8 p.m, Amber left her son in the care of her new acquaintance, Evangeline, and exited the motel to head into Edmonton. It's unclear whether she was going to buy food or diapers, or whether she was just excited to explore the city. Without a rental car, and with limited funds, Amber decided to hitch a ride with a stranger into town, something she often did. she was last seen getting into the passenger's side seat of a stranger's vehicle. Throughout the course of that day and the day before, Amber had been in near constant contact with her mother, Tootsie. However, shortly after hitching that ride, she suddenly stopped replying to her mother's calls and messages. This of course worried Tootsie, who got in contact with Evangeline back at the motel. Evangeline assured her that everything was alright, and, for some unknown reason, lied to Tootsie and said that Amber was actually still at the motel, sleeping soundly alongside her son, Jacob. The following morning, Evangeline got back in contact with Tootsie and told her that Amber had left the motel in the middle of the night and still hadn't returned. This of course was only a half-truth, since Amber had actually left at 8 PM. Tootsie contacted the Royal Canadian Mounted Police immediately and reported her daughter as missing. The RCMP told Tootsie that Amber was probably just out partying and said to call back in 24 hours if she still hadn't returned. Well, those 24 hours came and went, so Tootsie called back as instructed, and at last, an investigation was launched. Now this is where things get strange. 8 days later, on August 28th, the investigation was quickly closed after a sighting of Amber was reported to the police. The authorities didn't bother to investigate the veracity of this alleged sighting and took the report at face value. Then, on September 4th, the police announced that Amber wasn't in any danger, claiming that they knew for a fact she was still in Edmonton, alive and well. As it would turn out, that was either a huge mistake or a bare-faced lie. It wouldn't be until September 23rd, more than a month after Amber had disappeared, that the authorities reopened her case and relaunched their investigation. The RCMP now admitted that Amber was still in danger. It would eventually come to light that during their search for Amber, they accidentally destroyed many of her belongings without processing them into evidence, failed to interview her acquaintance, Evangeline, and didn't even interview her mother, Tootsie, for over 4 months. Their handling of Amber's case has been widely criticized. It wouldn't be until August 28th, 2012, 2 years after Amber vanished, that a chilling piece of evidence was released to the public. A 1-minute clip of Amber's final phone call, which she had made shortly after leaving the motel in a stranger's car. In the recording, which was captured inside the stranger's vehicle, a clearly terrified Amber talks with at least one unknown male and repeatedly asks him where she's being taken. I'll play the audio for you now, but fair warning, it's a disturbing listen, so if you don't want to hear it, you can skip ahead using the timestamp on the video progress bar.
Where are we by?
We're just heading south of Beaumont, or north of Beaumont.
We're heading north of Beaumont. Yo, where are we going? No, this is a... Are you fucking kidding me? You better not be taking me anywhere I don't want to go. I want to go into the city. Jeez. Yo, we're not going into the city, are we?
We're going.
No, we're not.
Yes.
Then what are these roads going to?
50th Street.
50th Street. Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Yo, where are we going?
50th Street.
50th Street?
50th Street.
East, right?
East.
Over town. Bravo.
Amber had actually made this call to her brother, who was serving time at the Edmonton Remand Centre. She knew that in Canada at the time, all calls to incarcerated prisoners were recorded. As such, the system saved the entire 17-minute conversation. The RCMP have only ever released 61 seconds of that call. At the same time they released it, they also announced that Amber had most likely been the victim of a homicide, and that she had likely died shortly after getting into the stranger's vehicle. Why they had previously announced that she was alive and well in Edmonton remains a mystery. Coincidentally, and some might say suspiciously, just 4 days after this audio was released to the public, Amber's remains just so happened to be discovered on a rural property near Leduc. horseback riders happened upon her bones. This property was about a 17-minute drive away from where Amber had hitched her ride. 17 minutes. The same length of time as her final phone call. She was most likely slain just after the call ended, either inside the perp's vehicle or just outside it. Since the end of that call still hasn't been released, it's entirely possible that Amber actually recorded the audio of her own murder. To this day, the identity of the man who took her life remains unknown, though some claim they can actually hear two separate male voices in the audio recording. So obviously, there are a huge number of unanswered questions related to this case. For example, we don't even know why Amber and Evangeline flew out to Edmonton in the first place. There are those who believe that the pair were actually involved in prostitution and travelled out to the big city to meet clients. They were both struggling financially after all. Perhaps Amber just got picked up by a psycho. I'm not sure I buy that explanation. Why would Amber bring Jacob with her if she was flying out to Edmonton to sell her body? She could have easily left him with Tootsie back in Fort McMurray. Some have suggested that Evangeline was in some way responsible for Amber's demise, given that she lied to Tootsie about her whereabouts the night she disappeared. That's certainly suspicious. However, it's possible she only lied in order to not send Tootsie into a panic. Perhaps she thought Amber might return from Edmonton in the early hours. Seeing how Evangeline was, bizarrely, never interviewed by the RCMP, it's hard to draw any definitive conclusions. Regardless, she was never considered a person of interest in this case. In my opinion, the most likely theory is that Amber was picked up by a still unidentified serial killer that specifically targeted Indigenous women. That may sound like a stretch to some people, but the grim reality is that Indigenous women in Canada are statistically much more likely to be the victims of violent crime. They make up just 3% of the country's population, but 10% of its murder victims, and more than half of their murders go unsolved. Due to the high rate of poverty that Native women face in Canada, many of them turn to hitchhiking as a means of travel. For any wandering serial killers, that makes them easy prey. Just 49 miles north of where Amber was last seen, you'll find the infamous Highway of Tears, a stretch of road on which countless Indigenous women have been picked up, kidnapped, and slain. To support this theory even further, between 2002 and 2015, the bodies of 3 other Indigenous women were found in the exact same small area where Amber was discovered. They were Edna Bernard, Katie Ballantyne, and Dolores Sproud. Just like Amber, all 3 of them had been hitchhikers and were last seen getting into a stranger's vehicle. If a random serial killer is the one to blame for Amber's death, his identity is yet to be uncovered, and there's every chance that he's still out there, casing Alberta's cold and lonesome roads, searching for more victims. In 2019, the RCMP officially apologized for their terrible handling of Amber's case. Many have speculated that their shoddy police work was due to Amber's ethnicity. This mystery's been making the rounds recently, with channels like Gooseboost and Blame It on Jorge uploading some very detailed videos investigating it. But I thought it would make a nice addition to this list, for reasons that will soon become clear. Most of you are no doubt familiar with this image associated with the Jeff the Killer creepypasta, the story of a teenage slayer with a mutilated face. The original's not a great read, let's be honest, but this associated picture has to be one of the most iconic horror images to circulate around the internet, and where most pictures from the creepypasta era have faded from people's memories, this one persists. What some of you may not know, however, is that the image itself is shrouded in mystery. In short, nobody knows where it came from. It's obviously a heavily edited photo, but to this very day, its origin remains unclear. For the past decade, creepypasta fans across the globe have been playing detective, trying to track down the original photo and unveil the face of the real person that Jeff's based on. And it's actually been a wilder search than you might think. Let's get into it. What many people think of as the original Jeff story hit the internet in 2011, but the character was actually first conceived all the way back in 2008 by a guy called Sousa. Sousa posted this short background on old Jeffy on Newgrounds, along with the now infamous picture. In an interview with Scare Theatre, Sousa claimed that he had taken the photo himself using a white latex mask and a pair of plastic eyes. He couldn't prove this, however, because apparently he had lost the mask soon after taking the photos. But we know that's not the case. Firstly, because the image is obviously photoshopped and not a mask. And secondly, as internet sleuths later discovered, Sousa's post wasn't the first time this image appeared on the internet. 1 year earlier, in 2007, a Japanese video titled NNN Special Broadcast was uploaded to YouTube. The video itself is a recreation of a then popular Japanese urban legend that involved a late-night news broadcast. According to the story, a young man who was having trouble sleeping turned on his TV at 2:30 AM. He switched channels to the Nippon News Network, but was met with nothing but static. Then, suddenly, coloured bars filled the screen. The words NNN Ring Hoso appeared alongside a photo of an abandoned factory. A list of seemingly random names slowly scrolled down the screen, followed by the words, "Tomorrow's sacrifice." The implication being that all the named individuals would die the next day. The broadcast supposedly ended with several weird images and sound effects. The YouTube video stays faithful to the legend, but what's interesting is that at the end, the Jeff the Killer image briefly flashes on screen, just before the video cuts to black and we're left with the message, "Oyasumi nasai," good night. So, it appeared as if the famous Jeff image actually had Japanese roots. That made a lot of sense, seeing how nobody in the West knew what the original image was. That theory only solidified after the Jeff image was found in an archive post from pia.cc, a now defunct message board that was popular in Japan back in the day. The post, titled Kowa Ahyahyahya, or Scary Ahyahyahya, was made all the way back in November of 2005, long before the image started circulating in the West, and 2 years before it appeared in the NNN video. 2 months before that, in September of 2005, this version of the image was also posted on Pia. This appears to be the furthest back we can track the Jeff image, the version with the least edits. The uploader, a user named Mulholland-san, titled the image, White Powder, Part 2. The words underneath it read, "Go out with me." So it seems the image may have been getting shared around as some sort of joke, perhaps making fun of another user's appearance. But notice what somebody commented underneath. I often see this on the net. If that's true, then the image may date back farther than we currently realise. As for the picture itself, it's definitely far less edited than the image we're all familiar with. At some point between September and November 2005, somebody painted Jeff's distinctive black eyes on the image and also elongated the sides of the mouth. As some have suggested, the stretched mouth may have been a play on Kuchisake Onna, the split-mouth woman from Japanese legend. But I actually think there's a different Japanese connection here. Around the time these images were posted to pia.cc, there was a popular trend amongst Japanese internet users called Kawaii Kusasete, or the Let Me Be Cute challenge. This was particularly popular on the Image Board 2 channel. Essentially, users would upload an innocent picture, usually of a person or a human-like object, and then ask other users to make me cute. A different user would then make some creepy edits to the picture and transform it into something more kawaii than kawaii. Someone else would then take that altered image and add more creepy edits themselves. This would go on, with the picture becoming more and more cursed with every new iteration. During the process, the original image would often get lost, with different edit chains branching off and becoming their own thing entirely. Seeing how Mulholland's image was titled White Powder 2, that could suggest he was playing the Let Me Be Cute game with whoever uploaded White Powder 1, aka the original Jeff image. White Powder 2 was then adapted by another user, and then another, and then another, until it eventually became ah-ya-ya-ya-ya. Also, as Blame It on Jorge pointed out in his recent video, when we examine the EXIF data of ah-ya-ya-ya-ya, we can see that it originally went by a different name. Pretty Face. A fitting file name for the Let Me Be Cute challenge, don't you think? There is one final development to cover. Just last year, the creator of White Powder 2, Mulholland-san, was actually tracked down on Twitter. And, according to him, the original Jeff image was actually a screen grab he took from a video that was circulating around Japan at the time. Mulholland said that the clip featured a middle-aged Asian woman. At a point in the video where she approached the camera, he took a screenshot, made some edits in Photoshop, and uploaded it to pr.cc as White Powder 2. The image was then warped further, resulting in ah-ya-ya-ya, which went on to become a popular meme in Japan. That's probably how Sessa, the creator of Jeff, first came upon it, and, realizing the image wasn't well known in the West, chose to use it as the picture for his story. Unfortunately, Mulholland believes that the video he took the screenshot from has since been lost to time. The final version of the Jeff image we have to talk about is this one. Green-eyed Jeff. Some have suggested that this is the earliest incarnation of the Jeff image, though it's not clear when exactly it was made. However, as creepy as this image is, it's widely considered not to predate White Powder Part 2. The blurriness and overall lower quality suggests that it's seen more edits. In the years since this mystery caught traction, many photos of real people have been suggested as the basis for Jeff, but none of them quite fit. The backgrounds are too different, the hairlines don't match up, the proportions are all wrong, or the stories behind them don't make sense. There are plenty of great videos on YouTube debunking each of them, so I won't go into details here, but suffice to say, none of these photos fit the bill. All the other Jeff images said to predate White Powder 2 have also proven to be fake. All in all, I'd say Mulholland's version of events seems the most likely, especially since he's the one who posted the image online at the earliest point. The earliest that we know of anyway. But if the videos are lost, like he says, then this could be where the search ends. But perhaps, in some dark, rarely visited corner of the internet, the video of the woman approaching the camera still exists. If it does, then the people searching for it are yet to find it. Until they do, this is the closest thing we have to the original image. Despite its relatively small size, Byron Bay is one of Australia's premier tourist destinations. Nearly 2 million people visit the coastal town each year. In 2019, 18-year-old Theo Hayez was amongst them. The young Belgian national was drawn to Byron for the same reasons as most travellers his age. The town's beautiful beaches, great surfing spots, and its chilled-out, relaxed atmosphere. For much of the year, backpackers and tourists make up the majority of Byron's population. It's a transient sort of town, a place where some people go to find themselves, and where others go to lose themselves. Unfortunately, in Theo's case, his trip to Byron was an escape from which he would never return. Theo had been exploring Australia for the better part of a year by the time he arrived in Byron. He'd spent much of his time down under with his cousin, Lisa Hayez, who described Theo as being a responsible and level-headed traveller. According to her, he wasn't that typical young tourist who loves partying, and was instead much more interested in experiencing Australian culture and immersing himself in the country's natural beauty. Still, meeting people and making connections is what travelling's all about, and since Theo didn't know anyone when he arrived in Byron, he got to talking with some other young people at the Wake Up hostel where he was staying. These fellow backpackers invited Theo to join them for some drinks in town. The young Belgian was scheduled to fly home to Europe the following week, so he figured, why not? One last adventure in Oz. On May 31st, Theo and one of his new acquaintances caught a shuttle bus into town. They were seen on CCTV at 7:45 PM, buying a bottle of wine and acting normally. They both then returned to the Wake Up hostel and shared the bottle with some other friends that they had made. Later that evening, Theo and his new companions went back into town once again and paid a visit to an infamous bar called Cheeky Monkey's, a short distance from Byron's main area. Now Cheeky Monkey's had something of a reputation at the time. It was ranked as one of the most violent bars in all of Australia, well known for its dodgy clientele, aggressive bouncers, and for the poor lighting in the surrounding area. Most of the locals knew better than to go there. But Theo wasn't a local, and nor were his new friends. With the end of May being somewhere between autumn and winter in Australia, it was obviously the off-season period, and as such, it was a particularly quiet night inside Cheeky Monkey's. In fact, the bar was only at about 1/4 capacity. Still, judging by the surveillance footage, Theo was having a fun time nonetheless, and was seen dancing on the bar with the other backpackers he had met. At about 11 PM, Theo bought 2 drinks at the bar before promptly being escorted out the building by security. According to the guard who kicked him out, Theo was a polite young man, but had clearly had too much to drink and was stumbling all over the place. Other witnesses at the bar contradicted this though, and said that Theo was actually completely sober when he was kicked out, and wasn't being loud or rude or aggressive in any way. According to them, the security guard's decision to kick him out seemed completely random and unprovoked. Looking at the CCTV footage of Theo exiting the premises, he didn't appear to be intoxicated, though of course that's up for interpretation. The guard made him stand on an X to have his photo taken. Theo appears confused in the footage, but goes along with the whole rigmarole. At 11:07 PM, the security cameras captured Theo walking off by himself down Kingsley Street and into the cold, quiet night. This was the last time Theo Hayez was ever seen alive. After exiting the camera's field of view, he vanished off the face of the earth, never to be seen again. To begin with, everyone assumed that when Theo left the bar, he began walking back towards his hostel. That of course made perfect sense, seeing how his accommodation wasn't too far from town and he could have easily made the journey on foot. But as detectives would come to learn after analysing his Google location data, Theo never made it back to the Wake Up hostel that night. In fact, he didn't even get close. Soon after leaving the area, Theo sent a series of text messages in French to his friends back in Belgium. That's likely who he was messaging in this footage. At some point after that, he watched a portion of a TV show on YouTube and sent his sister a message on WhatsApp. On several occasions, he opened Google Maps to search for routes back to his hostel. Clearly, he was planning on heading back at some point. However, according to his mobile records, he actually took an extremely bizarre route after leaving the bar and walked in the opposite direction of the hostel, towards a youth activity centre down Tennyson Street. He then spent 7 minutes standing in a sporting field, a field where homeless people and drifters were known to stay. At 11:30 PM, he began walking extremely quickly through the Milne track towards Tallow Beach, moving at 7.5 kilometers an hour. With no streetlights in that part of town, it would have been very dark with no signs of life, and Theo would have been well aware that he was heading in the wrong direction and away from civilization. Still, as the data shows, he continued on through the thick bushland in a near straight line. Considering just how treacherous the bush along the Milne track is, that seemed like an almost impossible task, especially considering that Theo wasn't familiar with the area. As he made his way through the shrub, he never once slowed down and continued walking at a very fast pace. He finally exited the bushland and made it onto the beach, after which he began heading in the direction of Cozy Corner, towards Byron Bay's lighthouse. During all that time, Theo continued texting his friends and sister as if nothing was out of the ordinary. His messages were coherent and didn't give off the impression that he was distressed or in trouble. At 12:56 AM, Theo sent his final message to a friend he had made in Australia. Just 6 minutes later, his phone suddenly switched to sleep mode and stopped transmitting data. Strangely, his phone came back online at around 6 AM and connected to a cell tower in Cape Byron one final time at 1:47 p.m. After that, his phone never pinged again. In the following days, Theo failed to call his family back in Belgium. That was completely out of character for him. He usually stayed in close contact with his parents, so they immediately began to sense that something was off. When June 6th rolled around and he still hadn't called, his family reported him missing. A huge search and rescue effort was launched. It involved helicopters, drones, cadaver dogs, trackers, divers, and even rock climbers. The local community even banded together, putting up missing person posters and helping hunt for the young man. Theo's parents flew out to Australia and made a passionate appeal for any information that would help them find their son. But by that point, the trail had already frozen over. They couldn't find a single trace of the young man anywhere. His passport and personal belongings were still in his private room at the hostel. In July, volunteers came across Theo's grey Puma baseball cap, nestled in the brush near Talos Beach. So, what happened to Theo Hayez? Well, here are a few of the main theories. Theory 1. Theo left Cheeky Monkeys, and, for whatever reason, decided to go on a solo adventure through the bushland. He somehow made it to the beach, and began climbing up the beachside cliffs towards the famous lighthouse. This act of misadventure ended in tragedy, with Theo falling from the rocks and into the sea. His last known location was at Talos Beach after all, and it would explain why his body still hasn't been found. Then again, if Theo ended up in the ocean and was swept away or taken by a shark, how could his phone have reconnected at 1:47 p.m. and pinged off a cell phone tower? It's possible he dropped his phone before falling in the water, but that doesn't explain why the device still hasn't been found to this day, or why an otherwise sensible and risk-averse young man would do something so reckless and out of character. His inhibitions may have been lowered at the time, but as the CCTV footage shows, he almost certainly wasn't that drunk. Theory 2. Theo was murdered. It doesn't make sense that a young man, with no knowledge of the local area, would have been able to travel the Milne track alone at night. According to people who know the area, it's simply far too complex, dense, and difficult to traverse without knowing where you're going. And for him to have taken the unapparent detour towards Tallow Beach, well, that's an obscure route which only a local would know to take. You have to pass down a small path by a gully and an abandoned campsite, and it's not the kind of place you just stumble across. In the minds of many, Theo had to have met someone after leaving Cheeky Monkeys. A local, perhaps in the field where he spent 7 minutes standing around. This local then led him through the thick shrubbery of the Milne track with promises of showing him the lighthouse or taking him to a secret party. This local then either killed Theo, hurt him badly, or left him to fend for himself. It's unclear what their motive would have been, but again, human intervention would explain why his body was never found. It's entirely possible that Theo's buried out in the bushland somewhere, or that he was taken and driven somewhere even more remote. This theory would also explain why he took such a bizarre route. He likely wouldn't have gone in that direction if he wasn't being led by someone, and his text messages implied that he felt comfortable and not lost. Theory 3. Theo's Google Maps simply bugged out and gave him a bad route back to the hostel. Unfamiliar with the area, he followed Google's directions without question, assuming that the dark and desolate route must have been a detour. He unfortunately got lost, ended up on the beach, and then turned back the way he had come. Now, stuck wandering around the hostile bushland, he eventually succumbed to the elements. It was a particularly cold night after all, Byron's coldest May night on record in fact. His remains could still be out there somewhere, laying undiscovered deep in the brush. This theory, however, doesn't explain why he never once tried to call for help, or why he didn't message anyone about his dire situation. There's a myriad of other possible theories that people have come up with. Someone gave him bad directions. He had wittingly or unwittingly taken some sort of substance. Someone stole his phone and ran off with it. all of these theories have their own set of merits and inconsistencies. Unfortunately, we simply don't know what exactly happened to Theo, though I think it's safe to assume he's no longer alive. But why did he take such a strange route? Why was he moving so quickly through the brush? Why did his phone enter sleep mode, only to reactivate hours later? And why has his body never been found? For his family's sake, I'm hoping we'll be able to answer those questions in the near future. If you know what happened to Theo, there's currently a $500,000 reward for any information relating to his case. Dale Kerstetter worked as a maintenance man and security guard at Corning Glass Works in Bradford, Pennsylvania. He was last seen at 11 p.m. on September 12, 1987, caught on CCTV walking with this man in a balaclava. That night, $250,000 worth of platinum piping was stolen from the plant, taken from the room that the masked man was leading Dale towards in this picture. Not long afterwards, the masked man exited the room alone, dragging with him a large black bag. Dale was never seen again, and to this day, his body has never been found. Looking at this image, it's easy to conclude that Dale looked directly into the camera as a plea for help, a way for him to communicate to whoever would see it later that his life was in danger. However, some believe that he was actually in on the whole heist from the start, and looked into the camera as a way for him to say, "Got ya." You see, moments before this image was captured, Dale was seen talking very casually with the masked man in the back area of the glassworks, and didn't appear to be in any distress. In fact, he roamed freely around the complex, and wasn't constantly supervised by the masked figure. Those who think that the pair were actually accomplices believe Dale either escaped through an unmonitored exit, or was actually double-crossed and slain by his partner in crime, probably while they were bagging up the piping. Indeed, according to the glassworks manager, quote, "Whoever removed the platinum from the tank was extremely familiar with the plant. Everything in the plant. They knew exactly where to go. I think the fact that he did everything in front of the camera was once again just Dale Kerstetter saying to us, 'Look, hey, here I am. I'm taking your platinum, and there isn't a thing you can do about it.'" Dale certainly had a motive to take part in the heist. He was about $40,000 in debt, and had just taken a major pay cut due to cutbacks at the plant. That said, his family believe that his money problems were manageable, and that he would never abandon his 7 children and 2 grandchildren without so much as a goodbye phone call. What's more, when sniffer dogs were brought to the scene, they tracked Dale's scent to a glass furnace on the 2nd floor, an area where Dale's usual rounds wouldn't have taken him. So, was Dale Kerstetter caught off guard by this unidentified perp and killed during a one-man robbery, then placed into a black bag along with the valuable pipes and dragged from the scene? Or was he in fact in cahoots with this masked figure, and either escaped to start a new life elsewhere, or was slain by his accomplice and burned in the furnace, or bagged up? Was this glance at the camera braggadocio, or one last cry for help? Given how long ago this happened, we'll probably never know for sure. Mexico, a beautiful and vibrant country, home to some of the world's most delicious food, unique cultural experiences, and warmest locals. But in spite of its countless qualities, the country does have an undeniable dark underbelly. One particular stain that Mexico has on its reputation is the danger that women face in their everyday lives. In recent years, the number of femicides throughout Mexico have skyrocketed to unbelievable levels. To put it bluntly, women have been vanishing and turning up dead at an alarming rate, targeted solely for the crime of being female. And one very recent case has brought that issue to the forefront of the nation's public consciousness. The mysterious and extremely disturbing disappearance and death of Debanhi Escobar, an 18-year-old law student living in Apodaca. In the early hours of April 9th, 2022, Debanhi disappeared from the face of the earth after a night out with friends. This eerie, final photograph of her, taken by the last person to ever see her alive, her taxi driver no less, spread like wildfire over social media platforms, and over the past few weeks, Debanhi's story has not only captured the attention of Mexicans for how horrific it is on an individual scale, but also for how it shone a light on just how much of a problem the nation has with targeted violence towards females. But we'll get into all of that. For now, let's start at the very beginning. On April 8th, 2022, Debanhi went on a night out with 2 other young women. Her new friend, Sarai, whom she'd only known for about 4 months, and a girl that she had just met that very night, named Yvonne. At 11 PM, the 3 of them ordered a taxi using the rideshare app, Didi, and made their way into the center of Monterrey, Nuevo León. Their driver took them to Simón Bolívar, where they stopped at a store and purchased a bottle of vodka before heading to their first party of the night. As can be seen in the shop surveillance footage, the girls all appeared to be in high spirits and of sober mind. At this point in time, at least. After checking out a couple of empty events, the girls finally settled on a party at El Diamante in Quinta. They ordered another taxi using Didi, and a new driver named Juan David Cuellar dropped them off at about 1:20 AM. Their arrival was caught on a CCTV camera outside the establishment. Please note that due to the Mexican daylight saving time shift, this camera's clock was actually 1 hour behind. Debanhi's new friend, Yvonne, took Juan David's WhatsApp details before exiting the vehicle, just in case they needed to call him later for a ride home. It's not uncommon for these rideshare apps to be unreliable during the early hours, so being able to contact a driver directly made a lot of sense. Outside of the vehicle, the ladies joined up with a group of young men, and they all entered El Diamante together, ready to enjoy a fun-filled night. Just 10 minutes after arriving, at 1:30 AM, that same outside surveillance camera caught Debanhi leaving the party by herself and heading towards an outside pool area. 4 young men pass her, and, seemingly taken in by her beauty, look back in her direction. It's not known who these men were, if they shouted anything at her, or if they were just talking about her amongst themselves. Debanhi returned to the party soon after. At some point around 3 in the morning, Debanhi allegedly started behaving very strangely. She began shouting and acting very out of character, and at one point, even locked herself inside the men's bathroom. Upon exiting the bathroom, she scolded Yvonne for leaving her alone at the party, and, according to Yvonne and other witnesses, continued to cause a scene. This prompted Yvonne to message Juan David, the taxi driver who had dropped them off, asking him to come and pick up Debanhi and take her home. At 3:45 AM, the camera outside the building caught these images of a clearly distressed Debanhi fleeing from a male partygoer. After he catches up with her, she seemingly slaps and kicks him. Moments later, a number of other people also appear, including Sarai and Yvonne. It's hard to tell for sure what happened here. This large group may have been trying to defuse a situation, but the footage also shows a smaller subgroup of them huddled around Debanhi, preventing her from getting away. At 3:54 AM, Juan David arrived at the scene in his white taxi. Video captured at a different angle shows Debanhi quickly enter the vehicle before a male and Yvonne say something to the driver. Juan David and Debanhi then leave El Diamante and head east. At 4:17 AM, another surveillance camera captured this footage of the taxi pulled over a short distance from the party, with Debanhi in the front passenger seat. In the video, it appears as if she and Juan David are having an argument or an animated discussion of some kind. After this, the pair continued on down the road for a minute or two until they came to the Nuevo Laredo highway. It was there that Debanhi told Juan David to pull over. She then exited the taxi and stood motionless in the middle of the road. At the same time, Juan David took this haunting photograph of Debanhi. The road she's standing in is known by locals as the Highway of Death, due to the astonishingly high number of women who have disappeared there. Shortly after this image was captured, Debanhi herself would go missing too. At 4:25 AM, Juan David sent Yvonne this photo of Debanhi standing outside of his taxi. He also sent her texts and voicemails saying that Debanhi had gotten out and that she refused to get back in. He then sent Yvonne this final, infamous picture of Debanhi, proving that she was indeed outside of the taxi and was no longer his responsibility. Juan David then drove off, leaving the young, intoxicated Debanhi alone in the road. "I stayed parked there for about 3 minutes to see if she'd think twice about staying there," said Juan David. "But seeing no reaction from her, I left." Clearly feeling guilty about driving off, Juan David continued to stay in contact with Yvonne for about the next 45 minutes, explaining that he couldn't have touched or forced Debanhi into the vehicle without facing legal consequences, and that it was now her friend's responsibility to go there and get her. About 10 hours later, at 2:54 PM, he messaged Yvonne one final time to ask her, "What happened to your friend?" Yvonne replied 3 hours later, and simply said, "They haven't found her." Debanhi never made it home that night. After Juan David left, nobody ever heard from her again. A CCTV camera caught her moving in the direction of Escobedo, away from the party at El Diamante, walking erratically down the busy highway. She passes a transportation company called Alcosa, and shortly thereafter is seen frantically running into the Nueva Castilla motel and looking in through the windows of its closed-down restaurant, seemingly trying to gain access to the building or see if somebody's inside. Please note that the camera's internal clock was 2 minutes fast. After leaving the indoor camera's field of view, she apparently hid in the corner of the motel's garden for 20 minutes before she was finally caught walking along the wall side. Nobody else appeared in this footage. These are Debanhi's last known movements. From there, she simply disappeared. On the morning of April 9th, Debanhi's parents, Mario and Dolores Escobar, reported their daughter missing. To begin with, Juan David, her taxi driver and the last person to see her, was obviously suspect number one. Mario Escobar was convinced that he was the one behind his daughter's disappearance, and asserted that, in this footage, Juan David was trying to inappropriately grab Debanhi, hence why she got out of the vehicle. This accusation had an immediate effect on Juan David's reputation and relationships, which in turn forced him to publicly deny his involvement in Debanhi's disappearance. On national television, he explained that in this footage, he was actually struggling to deal with Debanhi, who was either drunk or high or both, and that she was being aggressive with him, slapping him and being totally incoherent. According to Juan David, he was trying to ask Debanhi for her home address or her mother's phone number, but the girl was drunk and angry and refused to give either to him. Unable to calm her down, a frustrated Juan David sent these messages to Yvonne, in which he said that he was struggling and didn't want any problems. Yvonne was unable to give Juan David Debanhi's address or her mother's number, since, obviously, they had only just met that night. But she did make it very clear in her replies that Debanhi shouldn't come back to the party. In Yvonne's words, Debanhi had been acting uncontrollably, hence why she and the other party members chased her down and surrounded her. They were scared of where she may go or what she may do. However, she did say that Debanhi had only been drinking vodka and hadn't taken any substances. At least, not knowingly. For 12 long days, Debanhi's whereabouts and well-being remained unknown. During that time, investigators and local volunteers searched high and low for the missing young woman. On April 21st, a group of officers approached the Nueva Castilla motel, whose roadside entrance read, "Don't take risks, stay with us." The staff there had complained about a foul-smelling odour coming from the out-of-service restaurant, and the authorities had been summoned to check it out. Given that the motel was the setting of Debanhi's last known movements, the grounds had already been searched several times, searches which included drones and sniffer dogs. However, it soon became apparent that nobody had bothered to check the restaurant's underground water tank, an area inaccessible to the public, surrounded by a 2.6-meter high concrete wall and barbed wire. This tank was about 30 feet away from where Debanhi was last caught on camera, and in the same direction she was walking. After peering in to one of the 2 open cisterns, everyone's worst nightmare was confirmed. At the bottom, 14 feet underground, was Debanhi's lifeless body, lying face down in 3 feet of water. In that same cistern as Debanhi were her removed Converse shoes and a tissue which contained, quote, "cadaveric matter with signs of insect activity." Given that she'd been left for nearly 2 weeks in a hot, damp tank, her remains were unrecognizable, and she had to initially be ID'd by her clothing and necklace. To begin with, the Attorney General's office tried to claim that Debanhi had accidentally fallen inside the tank and drowned after banging her head, a hypothesis that was rejected by her family. A second, much more detailed independent report revealed that she had actually been repeatedly hit in the head by a blunt mechanical object at various angles. There was severe damage to both sides of the frontal region of her skull, as well as above her right ear, on both of her eyelids, on her nose, lips, and the right retroauricular region. According to the manner of death described by the report, quote, "The craniofacial contusions are of external origin to the body, and because they're intense, repeated, and with different angles of impact, it follows that they were caused by another person and that it was a violent, homicidal death. Given that there was no water inside her lungs, she must have already been dead by the time that she had been dumped in the tank." This second report also found that Debanhi had been raped. This had been no accident. This was murder. As mentioned, both of Debanhi's removed shoes and a tissue were also found in the cistern alongside her. However, it also came to light that some of her personal possessions, including her keys, a small bag with the phrase "Stay Grateful" on it, a phone case, a small bottle of hand sanitizer, and her lighter were found inside the other open cistern, next to the one her remains were found inside. Either she had thrown them in there for some unknown reason before accidentally falling inside, or somebody else had hidden them. Interestingly, more items were also found inside this middle section which connected the 2 cisterns. These included a dirt-covered white bra, Debanhi's face mask, her black purse, and 2 pieces of beige fabric. As it would turn out, the Attorney General's office had intentionally been withholding information about Debanhi's case and had made at least 2 errors in their initial finding. That wasn't surprising, given the amount of apathy and negligence the Mexican authorities have shown to countless other cases like Debanhi's, where they've often publicly tried to shame the victim in order to brush the case under the rug. But still, you have to ask yourselves, were their mistakes due to incompetence, or was there a more sinister motivation behind their omissions? Corruption is rife in many parts of the world, and Mexico has more than its fair share of crooked cops. Could they have been covering something up in Debanhi's case? If so, who were they trying to protect, and why? As of right now, there isn't enough evidence to speculate on that. What we can speculate on, though, is what actually happened to Debanhi that fateful night. Let's go over some of the main theories. Theory 1. Given the strange way Debanhi was acting at El Diamante, Many have speculated that one of the male partygoers may have slipped something into her drink in order to take advantage of her. When the substance began to take effect, this man made his move, leading to Debanhi biting him and locking herself in the bathroom. Her behaviour slowly became more erratic, leading to her screaming for help and exiting the building. It was around then that Yvonne called Juan David to pick Debanhi up. Once inside Juan David's taxi, Debanhi, who was now extremely paranoid and not in control of her actions, began yelling and hitting her driver. She then exited the vehicle on Death Highway. Juan David took her final photo and sent it to Yvonne to show her what was happening before driving away. Yvonne then innocently told the other partygoers what was happening and where Debanhi was. The male who had initially tried to take advantage of her overheard this information and set off to hunt her down. Since Debanhi was only a short distance from where the taxi had picked her up, it wouldn't have been difficult to find her. Theory 2. Just as Mario Escobar asserts, Juan David really was trying to grab Debanhi in this footage and ended up following her to the Nueva Castilla motel after she exited the vehicle. He then took her life and discarded her inside one of the open cisterns at the abandoned restaurant. Personally, I don't buy this theory. For one, Juan David wasn't seen on any of the cameras following Debanhi to the motel. He also had no idea that he was going to be called to pick Debanhi up by herself, and therefore would have had to improvise hiding her body on the spot. Given that numerous witnesses saw him driving her away, that would have been a very stupid move on his part, as he would inevitably wind up being a prime suspect. His messages to Yvonne also came across as extremely genuine.
Le dije que me pasara el número de su mamá y no quiso. Y me dijo que se iba a bajar a la verga y no sé qué y se bajó.
In all likelihood, he's just a taxi driver that got caught up in the crossfire of this terrible tragedy. Should he have left a drunk 18-year-old alone in the middle of a highway? Absolutely not. But was he responsible for what happened to her? I don't think so. He likely assumed that Debanhi would walk back in the direction of the party at El Diamante, or that her friends would come and pick her up. Theory 3. Debanhi fell victim to an opportunistic killer staying at the motel. The fact that nobody's caught on camera following her to the Nueva Castilla suggests that her slayer must have already been there. Given Mexico's huge number of femicides, it's not unbelievable that Debanhi could have randomly stumbled into her killer's path. Given her condition, and the fact that she was alone, she certainly would have been easy prey. Now all three of those are, of course, only theories, and until more information presents itself, we can only speculate on what may have happened to Debanhi. But for us to have a more informed opinion, several questions still need answering. What exactly happened at the party to make Debanhi act so erratically? Did she have more in her system than just vodka? Why did she hide for 20 minutes outside the out-of-service motel restaurant? How did she gain access to the area with the cisterns, which was protected by a high wall and barbed wire? How did the perp get to her without being caught on CCTV? Were the cameras tampered with, or the footage edited in some way? How did her personal items end up in the small tunnel that connected both of the cisterns? And finally, why did the authorities release incorrect details about her case? Even before her remains were discovered, Debanhi's story had already become huge news in Mexico. Hundreds of thousands of people have been sharing this final image of the young woman on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter and TikTok, debating what may or may not have happened to her and discussing their own theories. News of her body being found shined a light on the massive number of murdered and missing women across Mexico, especially in the state of Nuevo León. Just a few days prior to her slaying, the bodies of 27-year-old Maria Fernanda Contreras and 26-year-old Yolanda Martinez were discovered in the exact same region. The remains of 5 other women were also discovered during the search for Debanhi, which should clue you in to just how huge a problem the country has. After news of Debanhi's death was announced, hundreds of protesters took to the streets and blocked a highway in downtown Monterrey, demanding justice for the tens of thousands of Mexican women who have been killed in recent years, and the tens of thousands more who are still missing. Other protests also erupted nationwide, with hundreds taking to the streets in the capital. In this first half of 2022, 1,600 women have reportedly gone missing in Mexico. 56 women have been murdered in Nuevo Leon this year alone. 42 of those cases have been classified as femicides. Nationwide, 10 females are killed every single day. Since 95% of these cases go unsolved, at least according to a UN report, it's extremely easy to understand all the national outrage that's beginning to gain international attention. Despite all those terrible statistics, Debanhi's case has gained a huge amount of attention, and as such, authorities now seem to be working hard to solve her case at least, with the president of Mexico himself vowing to find the perpetrator. Until then, until that perp is caught, the Escobar family have to go on with their lives, knowing that their 18-year-old daughter's killer is free to roam the streets, just like so many other unidentified killers throughout Mexico.